أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على حي على حي على حي على الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
استووا واعتدلوا. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. أأنتم أشد خلقا أم السماء بناها رفع سمكها فسواها وأغطش ليلها وأخرج ضحاها والأرض بعد ذلك دحاها أخرج منها ماءها ومرعاها والجبال أرساها متاعا لكم ولأنعامكم فإذا جاءت الطامة الكبرى يوم يتذكر الإنسان ما سعى وبرزت الجحيم لمن يرى فأما من طغى وآثر الحياة الدنيا فإن الجحيم هي المأوى. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. وأما من خاف مقام ربه ونهى النفس عن الهوى فإن الجنة هي المأوى. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها فيما أنت من ذكراها إلى ربك منتهاها إنما أنت منذر من يخشاها كأنهم يوم يرونها لم يلبثوا إلا عشية أو ضحاها. سمع الله لمن حمده.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
سمع الله لمن حمده.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
سمع الله لمن حمده.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر.
लाइट बंद है. बिस्मिल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वस्सलातु वस्सलामु अला रसूलिल्लाह व अला आलिहि व अस्हाबिहि अजमईन. अस्सलामु अलैकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू. Was that a response to my salam? Okay. We're on the 10th ruku, the last passage of Surah Hajj. One of the strongest passages, at least I feel. One of the most personally motivating passages that I've ever been able to relate to over the past 9 years. And if we're doing anything that we're doing, at least whatever you see us doing, then this may have something to do with it. So, just getting on with it. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Ya ayyuhan nas, O people, duriba mathalun, an example is quoted, fastami'u lah, listen to it very carefully. Inna alladhina tad'una min dunillah, all of that which you call upon, all of those that you call upon besides Allah, that you make dua to. And what do you make dua to? That which you rely upon. What do you rely upon? That which you think is strong. That which you think can give you something. And why do you ever have to do such a thing is because you yourself recognize your own weakness. That there is some vulnerability within you, some weakness within you, some shortcoming within you, some void inside of you that has to be filled up, that has to be compensated, that has to be covered. And so for that reason, you would necessarily depend on others. And that dependence is depicted in this calling upon others. Min dunillah, other than Allah. I.e. in place of Allah. That where the dependency should have been on Allah, where the calling should have been on Allah, where the recognition of strength should have been with respect to Allah, He's replaced. لَن يَخْلُقُوا ذُبَابًا. They were never even able to create a fly. وَلَوْ اجْتَمَعُوا لَهُ, even if they all got together. وَإِن يَسْلُبْهُمُ الذُّبَابُ شَيْئًا, and if a fly takes something away from them, لَا يَسْتَنْقِذُوهُ مِنْ, they will not be able to take it back from the fly. ضَعُفَ الطَّالِبُ وَالْمَطْلُوبُ, weak are both the seekers and the sought. So throughout human life we have these needs, desires that we continue to fill up one way or the other, whether it's toys, whether it's pleasure avenues, whether it's drugs, sex, rock and roll, whatever the case may be, and just binging on all of that. If you're binging on something, then that's telling you that there is an incredible void that is being filled, and there is an addictive potential to them. And whenever there is an addictive potential to something, and we are getting addicted to it, and we have tendencies of using this term addiction as if it is an escape for us, a justification for us, something that we don't have any power to escape from, whereas what it is a manifestation of an overindulgence in one particular avenue, or for one particular thing, which is a compensation for a void or a gap somewhere else. And that gap or that void is not being recognized for whatever reason, and that overindulgence is just continuing, and it becomes pathological. The connection, the relationship, then you're no longer having a relationship with something or someone, you're excessively clingy. You're a parasite to that particular thing. And when you become parasitic, whether it's some other human being that you're a parasite to, or something that you're a parasite to, pretty soon both parties will realize that this is not going anywhere. That what you're getting from this is nothing more than a sustenance of your addiction, and anyone who has had any addiction would know that it keeps getting worse. that initially it is, you get this experience of an incredible high, which is you're on top of the universe, and you think this is it, this is what I've been waiting for my entire life, and all I need is just more of this. And the more I get of this, that's it. This is my life's calling, or my life's need finally fulfilled. My gaps are, my everything is falling in place. But what that is nothing more than a temporary, deceptive experience. It has its own worth in its own place, but it doesn't last. And an addictive process is hallmarked by that initial high, by that heavenly experience for the beginning of it, and then the rest of the life is spent chasing after that. Actually, no. A good part of the next stage is spent chasing after that. A third stage comes in which you just chase after it for not having it as painful. So initially there was this chasing after pleasure, a positive pleasure, but then afterwards it's just running away from pain. And that's the life for most people with existential voids or spiritual voids, which are not spiritually being fulfilled. They are being fulfilled through psychological or physical means. And whatever is in its essence a spiritual need, but that is being ignored, and it is trying to be compensated through a physical or a psychological replacement, that's the pattern it's going to follow. Incredible honeymoon kind of experience, heavenly experience, followed by chasing after the pleasure of that initial experience, followed by just escaping the pain, the drudgery of daily life. You just have to engage in that thing because everything else is just so painful. And so you see, what you thought was going to give you strength, power, independence, complete you, fulfill you, it did exactly the opposite. It made you dependent, it broke you, it shattered you, and what do you have left? And so what is to blame is not that particular object of addiction, worship, whatever you want to call it. There's different, theologically it would be idolatry, psychologically it would be an addiction, whatever, however you want to go about it. But the effect that it's going to have is we started off weak and we become weaker and weaker. Love is supposed to fulfill you. Love is supposed to strengthen you. That even the painful experiences in true love are enriching, nourishing. That your beloved expands your potential. Your personality grows as a consequence of loving. But if the beloved itself is restricted, limited, dependent, clingy, then all you're going to be left with is more and more dependency, more and more weakness, rather than any expansion, rather than any growth. Be careful who or what you love. It is going to define who you end up being, or how much of your potential is going to end up realizing. Loving is much better than self-indulgence alone, a life built upon self-indulgence. But how many a times does it happen that something is projected or portrayed as an object of love, whereas it is little more than an object of lust? Whereas it is projected as something genuine, worthy, within itself of being loved. But what it is fulfilling nothing more than a selfish desire, a very, very personal greed being satisfied. And that, even if that is God, even if that is Allah, but the attachment is not because He's worthy, because he deserves it, but it is purely because of how it makes me feel in those transient experiences. Because whenever that relationship, and we see from the Qur'an, the manifestation of how when prophets relate to God, to Allah, then that relationship is not always pleasing. It is not always, it doesn't always give you a high. Struggle, sacrifice, that's the name of the game. Pain. And so, a purely selfish approach to any relationship, be that spiritual in its projection, is gonna leave the person even more in need, even weaker than before, even more dependent than what they started off with. And rather than growth, there will be regression. ضعف الطالب والمطلوب. So in essence, what was related to, it may have been called God, but that wasn't him. That wasn't him. His name was being used for some very, very ulterior motives. Mind you, a relationship of love does enrich and nourish you. There is some selfish fulfillment in it, necessarily. You cannot give without getting. Whenever you give, you will get. You give physically, psychologically, you will get at least spiritually, but also in the other domains at some level. There is some sort of economics there of recompensation, which ultimately, of course, manifests itself in the hereafter. But if that becomes the only reason for relating, if that becomes the only reason for connecting or doing anything, what I'm going to get out of it, that backfires. That would always backfire. And whenever it requires for you to go out of your comfort zone, there will be hesitation. And as we've seen throughout the Qur'an, those who hesitate to get out of their comfort zone are typically the hypocrites. That's their primary problem. They don't want to get out of their comfort zone. They don't want to give. They don't want to sacrifice. For them, it is here and now. Even a spiritual relationship is here and now. مَا قَدَرُ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They did not give Allah what Allah deserved. They did not understand Allah how Allah deserved. They did not appreciate Him the way He deserved to be appreciated. Which is why He was left and replaced with all of these other alternatives. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَقَوِيٌّ عَزِيزٌ. Most definitely it is Allah who is strong and mighty, that ultimately He would have strengthened you. Ultimately it is in Him, in this relationship that He has with you, and the dynamics of that relationship are pretty intense. It is giving, it is taking, it is sacrificing, it is rewarding, it is all of that. It is pleasurable, it is painful. It has all of those incorporated within it. That's the sign of a true relationship. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَقَوِيٌّ عَزِيزٌ. Most definitely it is Allah who is strong and mighty. And that if there is anything that is keeping us away from Him, that if there is anything of a reputation that He seems to have developed for whatever we've seen religious people represent Him as, if it is offensive, if it is something negative, if it is something that is pushing us away, then that's not Him. That's not Allah. That is a caricature of God. That is an idol of God. Because Allah, He is لَقَوِيٌّ عَزِيزٌ. Allahu yastafi min al-malaikati rusulan wa min al-nas. Allah chooses messengers from among the angels as well as the human beings. So you have the strength and the might and the greatness of Allah established, but that doesn't dissociate Him from the needs of humanity. There are links through which He relates with human beings. And the relationships with human beings are carried out through angels as messengers, and then human beings as messengers. Inna Allah sami'un basir, for Allah is seeing and hearing. He is not just mighty, strong, powerful, transcendent. He is seeing, hearing, immanent, in relationship, close to humanity. يَعْلَمُ مَا بَيْنَ أَيْدِيهِمْ وَمَا خَلْفَهُمْ. He knows everything that is in front of them and whatever is behind them. وَإِلَى اللَّهِ تُرْجَعُ الْأُمُورِ. And all matters will be referred back to Him alone. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. So now you who have believed. So the general message goes out to humanity. You're going to depend on something. Just make sure you get it right. You're weak. Just make sure whoever you're going to bank on leaves you strengthened and not further weaker. And then messengers have been sent to you to tell you the consequences of your actions, of your choices, of your beliefs, of your love, wherever it is channeled and however you perceive of it. That being said, now those who respond to the call. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, O people of faith, people who have believed, who have said, okay, fine, whatever, at least by testimony, by what we articulate with our tongues, it is Allah. Now we want Allah to be that, the being that we orient ourselves around, that is our primary love. That every other love is defined and nourished and strengthened through our love for Allah. That it is His love that fills up our cup from which we can now give into love of others. Those who have at least claimed that that's what they want or that's what they believe. Irka'u wasjudu. Bow down and prostrate yourselves. And this is an acknowledgement of personal weakness before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That you identify where you are right now. Don't have any sense of superiority. Don't have any superiority complex, any false sense of superiority. And that has to be reiterated again and again and again and again and again. Because the tendency is to go in the other way. To have those narcissistic claims for ourselves. Because we don't see Him. His strength doesn't manifest itself to us the way our own strength manifests itself to us. And so it has to be reiterated, no. I've been deceived by my own perception of strength in the past, repeatedly. And so, ruku and sujood to remind ourselves. وَعْبُدُوا رَبَّكُمْ. And enter into the ibadah of your Rabb. Enter into this loving relationship where He will fulfill you and you look to fulfill Him, what He has said you or told for you to do. That the Qur'an has reiterated what Allah wants of help from you. Man ansari ilallah. Nahnu ansarullah. So it's a mutually giving relationship. He wants to give you, and through your giving to Allah. And that is despite being qawi, despite being the powerful being that He is, Aziz that He is, the fact that He is giving human beings opportunity to give Him and grow. وَاعْبُدُوا رَبَّكُمْ. Ibadah carries the connotation of love, submission, acceptance, dedication. Rabb carries the connotation of love, ownership, creation, gifting, nourishing, and a meticulous care. وَافْعَلُوا الْخَيْرَ. And do good. So the ritualistic dimension covered, the relationship, the spiritual dimension covered, and then the good works socially that have to be done. لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. Perhaps you may succeed. وَجَاهِدُوا فِي اللَّهِ حَقَّ جِهَادِهِ. And struggle for the sake of Allah as is His right for you to struggle. If you believe in Him to be the Laqawiyyun Aziz, if you believe in Him to be all-powerful, all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, whatever it is that you're claiming about Him, all-merciful, Shadidul iqab, the one of retribution, the one who will take to task, punish, every single thing will be brought before him. Then whatever it is you're claiming about him, it should be reflected in your jihad for his sake. And no restricted understanding of jihad. Jihad is across the board. Absence of jihad is hypocrisy. Simple as that. Manifestation of jihad will be person specific, situation specific, time specific. It is going to be different in different situations. At times it's just struggling against sleep. At times it's struggling against hunger. At times it's struggling against desires. At times it's struggling against an impulse to dominate. It started right there. It's struggling against old habits. But as long as the struggle continues, but then there will be evil in the society as well. It's struggling against that. So that engagement, that constant putting yourself out there, let that continue. Huwa jtabakum. He has chosen you. Remember Taha. Musa, you've been chosen. No going back. You've been selected. You're sitting here, you're hearing these ayat, you're selected. Whatever brought you here. Mommy forced you, or daddy wanted to get rid of you, whatever the case may have been. It's too uncomfortable at home, children make too much noise, nice place to escape. Good enough. Good enough. You're insomniac, you can't sleep at night, and you might as well just, whatever. You're here. Huwa jtabakum. He has chosen you. He has selected you. And so you can turn around and tell him, "Ya, you made a mistake. I can't do this. You know me. You know me." He's like, "Yes, I know you. Huwa jtabakum. He has chosen you. وَمَا جَعَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ مِنْ حَرَجٍ. And he has kept no difficulty upon you in the matter of deen. As far as what is to be done of the obligatory actions, you can count them on your fingers. As to what has to be absolutely avoided, you can count that on the fingers of the other hand. So as far as that part is concerned, you're just getting started. That's not supposed to be the difficulty. It's supposed to come naturally. It appeals to your nature anyways. The effort, the struggle, the sacrifice, that's in the domain described above. Millata abikum Ibrahim, you're the legacy of Ibrahim alayhi salam. Huwa sammakumul muslimina min qablu wa fi hadha. He named you Muslim earlier and now. Consistently, that's what you've been, the legacy that you're carrying from previous generations, from all prophets. So if you call yourself that, if you identify yourself with this label of Muslim, huwa jtabakum. He has chosen you. لِيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ شَهِيدًا عَلَيْكُمْ. So that the messenger becomes a witness against you. So when you've entered into this domain, on this group, this privileged class of Muslims, guess what? The membership comes at a price. What's the price? The messenger is going to stand on the day of judgment in evidence against you. He took that very seriously. To the point that was his last clarification that he got from the people he was addressing in the farewell pilgrimage. Ala hal ballaghtu, have I not communicated the message? Sahaba usually don't respond to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's question. They're like, Ya Allah, Ya Rasulullah, you know best. Allah knows best and you know best. But this question, they understood the significance of, the sensitivity of, Inna nashhad. We definitely bear witness, Ya Rasulullah, annaka qad ballaghta risalata. That you have definitely communicated the message that you were given. Wa addayta al-amanata. And you have fulfilled the trust that you were given by Allah. وَنَصَحْتَ الْأُمَّةَ وَكَشَفْتَ الْغُمَّةَ. Not just in one, but 4 different ways they reassure him, we got it. We got it. It's up to us now. Then the Messenger ﷺ says, فَلْيُبَلِّغِ الشَّاهِدُ الْغَائِبِ. Those present take it to those who are absent. I can't do that. That falls upon you. And it's been passed on. The torch has been passed on, generation to generation to generation to generation. And here you have it. Rubaish Marki, 22nd May 2019. It's being passed on. وَتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ, so that you become witnesses against mankind. Now you're the link between Rasulullah and the rest of his ummah that don't know him. So if they're making cartoons, caricatures, they think of him to be a terrorist or an extremist or this or that or the third, or some psychological pathology that resulted in whatever. That's your responsibility, not theirs. Or if it is theirs, that's none of your business. That's between them and Allah. Your responsibility is to get it out in whatever capacity you can manage. In the very least, as good role models, good representatives of Rasulullah. Because bad representatives are very loud and very public and everywhere. فَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. So now establish prayer. There was an indication of praying before, but that's the bare minimum requirement of entering into faith. Recognizing you need strength from a deity, from Allah, the ultimate deity, the only ilah. That was the level of Islam. But now that the last ayah has come in, even at that level, there was possibilities of salvation. Let's be very clear on this. The person comes to Rasulullah ﷺ and says, Ya Rasulullah, I'm going to do just the pillars, nothing more. Pray, zakah, if I can, hajj, but yeah, that's it. I ain't doing nothing more than that. He's like, all right, fair enough. That's what it is. But you're on thin ice when you're doing that. You're on thin ice when you're doing that. Because the lower level than that is, it just spirals downwards. The possibility of falah opened up there. We saw the ayah end, لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ, so that perhaps do good, just do general good. But then this becomes more specific, takes it to the higher level. Now you carry the standard of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam into the world. Now salah has an altogether different meaning. فَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. Now when you pray, that prayer is all the more meaningful. Now you're praying to Allah for help. Now you're praying to Allah for support. Ya Allah, I'm helping your cause, carrying out your amr. Help. Then you find how much of a peace or a coolness of your eyes salah becomes. Because everywhere else is going to be very difficult. وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ, and pay zakah. And this, if this is Makki, if this is not Madni, then zakah is not an institution set up as we know it, the 2.5% and everything. That's not what zakah is. Zakah is a constant act of purification sought through giving and sacrificing. Delaying gratification, giving to others, empowering them, and purifying yourselves. That's the essence of zakat in Meccan Qur'an. It becomes institutionalized later on, and the other forms of infaq fi sabilillah ensure that this process continues beyond just the 2.5%. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِاللَّهِ, and so hold on to Allah. You ain't getting nowhere without Him. And so how many people have we seen who got out, started out, identified themselves with, had this intense zeal, recognition, passion, calling. My calling is to the duty of Allah, for the deen of Allah. But then they became the greatest burdens on the religion, on the cause of religion. Put us decades back as a consequence of their efforts. Became the fitna that turned people away from Allah. So hold on to Allah. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِاللَّهِ. Beyond salah, beyond zakat, holding on to the rope of Allah, to the Qur'an, having that kind of a relationship. With the Qur'an is your day and night. Your salah, your Qur'an in your salah is alive. It is not a dead ritual. It is alive. You are awake when it's happening. Not the way it usually becomes. Because in the absence of an actual jahidu fillahi haqqa jihadihi, it is ritual. And its acceptability in its own place. But for the most part, if the absent-mindedness is such that we're done with prayer and we don't even remember what we recited. Unless it's just the 2 surahs that we always recite. In that case, we're guaranteed. But if it's a little more than that, we don't even know. What did I just say? You say salam and wake up. Whoa. What just happened? وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِاللَّهِ. Hold on to Allah. You don't just recite the Qur'an. You don't just understand the Qur'an. You don't just memorize the Qur'an. You have a relationship with the Qur'an. You relate with it. The way you would relate with your siblings, your parents, your spouses, your children. You have that kind of a relationship with it. Huwa mawlakum. He is your protecting guardian. فَنِعْمَ الْمَوْلَى. What an excellent guardian, friend. So it just keeps going back and forth the entire ayah. You do this, Allah will do this. You do this, Allah will do this. You do this, Allah will do this. Jahidu huwa jtabakum. Hold on to Allah. Allah is your friend. So it puts the ball in your court, but then reassures you Allah is on your side. Don't worry. Huwa mawlakum. He is your protecting friend. فَنِعْمَ الْمَوْلَى. What an excellent friend he is. He shows you throughout the Qur'an how he lived up to his claims of friendship with Ibrahim, with all the prophets we just saw. فَنِعْمَ الْمَوْلَى وَنِعْمَ النَّصِيرُ. What an excellent guardian protector he is. وَنِعْمَ النَّصِيرُ. What an excellent helper he is. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. The believers have definitely succeeded. Falah is a farmer. What does a farmer do? Particularly that action of the farmer in which he brings out the crop, in which the seed, it bears fruit, the crop comes out. That the essence is drawn out of the soil. So you earthly creatures, there is an essence inside of you, a spirituality within you that is going to bring out the best of this earth. There is a mishmash as far as our creation is concerned, where there is good but there is bad, there is nice and there is evil. But what does a falah do? What does a farmer do? He makes sure that all the weed is taken out, all the wild plants are taken out, and the good plants grow, the desirable plants grow. And so that's what belief leads you towards. That definitely success for the real belief. This is not Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, this is mu'minun, this is different. These are people who lived their iman. This was their primary identity in terms of their attitude and action throughout their lives. And so they were able to bring out the essence from within themselves, filter out from the mishmash and bring out the most beautiful. And so they have succeeded. How do they do that? الَّذِينَ هُمْ فِي صَلَاتِهِمْ خَاشِعُونَ. Those who in their prayers are humble. That khushu is that state of awe when you have a recognition of something greater than yourself. And so you are able to have that even though you don't see him, but you imagine it such, you remind yourself such, you believe it such, that it becomes a reality for you. And so iman is going to become more of a pervasive state outside of salah as well, if that salah has that degree of khushu, that cognitive presence, that unification that is supposed to be the mi'raj that it can ultimately turn out to be. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنِ اللَّغْوِ مُعْرِضُونَ. And those people who turn away from vanities, frivolities. That if you're going to do what you're going to do, a farmer can't afford to slacken. A farmer is very, very concerned that every single day matters. A day of being lazy Slacking is going to hurt the crop. It's going to hurt the crop. And so what do? They stay away from frivolities. They stay away from all kinds of vanities. What's a lagh? What's a vanity? Which has no benefit to you whatsoever, here or hereafter, except that it is an activity for the sake of its own self, what it gives you during that time, and nothing outside of it, nothing beyond it. Understandably, as human beings, you require breaks, you require leisure time, you require to recharge, if you will. But the more fulfilling those leisure activities are, the more meaningful those leisure activities are, and beyond that, if the general overall trend during the day, during the week, during the month is of meaningful works, meaningful activities, meaningful struggles, then even that leisure time, that break, precisely because it recharges you to do that work better, it becomes meaningful. It is no longer lagh. It is no longer just a vanity. But if that's all there is, if that's default and meaningful activities are exceptions, that may be problematic. That equation may not be all that great. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنِ اللَّغْوِ مُعْرِضُونَ وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِلزَّكَاةِ فَاعِلُونَ. Those who perform this act of constant self-purification by giving to others of whatever resources, of whatever blessings they have. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِفُرُوجِهِمْ حَافِظُونَ. Those who guard their privates illa ala azwajihim, except for their spouses. So sex discipline, again, what spirituality requires, what this highest level of success requires, is not self-annihilation, just balance, discipline. Except to their spouses, أَوْ مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُهُمْ, or what their maid slaves, what their right hands possess. فَإِنَّهُمْ غَيْرُ مُلُومِينَ. That without a doubt, they are not going to be blameworthy in those cases. فَمَنِ ابْتَغَى وَرَاءَ ذَلِكَ. And those who seek to go beyond that, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْعَادُونَ. These are the person who are transgressing their boundaries. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ لِأَمَانَاتِهِمْ وَعَهْدِهِمْ رَاعُونَ. Those who are very considerate, very conscious, very aware, very careful with regards to the promises that they make and with regards to the pledges or the trusts that they are given. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ عَلَى صَلَوَاتِهِمْ يُحَافِظُونَ. And those who always protect their prayers. There's actually doing the action of prayer, that's part of protection, but then there's after prayer. There's a pre-prayer protection, there's a during prayer protection, and there's a post-prayer protection. That you honor that salah, don't let it go to waste, for how you live in accordance with it later on. أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْوَارِثُونَ. And then these are the people who are the inheritors. What are they going to inherit? الَّذِينَ يَرِثُونَ الْفِرْدَوْسِ. They're going to inherit the highest part of paradise. هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. And they will live therein forever. وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ مِنْ سُلَالَةٍ مِنْ طِينٍ. And we have created man from an extract of clay. Sulala is the process, or that part of the process from which the best is extracted. Drawing out an essence of something, that essence is sulala. So even from the clay, what resulted in human being becoming human was that the best of it became human. The sulala was brought out. ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاهُ نُطْفَةً فِي قَرَارٍ مَكِينٍ. Then we made him a drop of semen in a safe lodging in the walls of the uterus. ثُمَّ خَلَقْنَا النُّطْفَةَ عَلَقَةً. And then we made the drop a leech-like mass dependent for its blood supply. فَخَلَقْنَا الْعَلَقَةَ مُضْغَةً. And then we changed that mass to a chewed lump. فَخَلَقْنَا الْمُضْغَةَ عِظَامًا. And then we formed bones from that lump. فَكَسَوْنَا الْعِظَامَ لَحْمًا. Then we clothed the bones with flesh. ثُمَّ أَنشَأْنَاهُ خَلْقًا آخَرَ. Then we caused him to grow another creation altogether. That what happened thereafter was more than just can be explained by a gradual process. That what happened thereafter was the acquisition of certain spiritual abilities that are not simply step 1 plus step 2 is equal to the combination of 1 plus 2. No, it was something qualitatively different. The human being is now coming into existence with specifically spiritual human dimensions. فَتَبَارَكَ اللَّهُ أَحْسَنُ الْخَالِقِينَ. So blessed is Allah, the best of creators. The surah starts off with what believers are supposed to do consciously within themselves to grow to the highest potential, But then it goes on to how Allah has already started this process long before you were conscious and aware of it, where He is already making you the best of the best. That from the earth, the best was brought out to make the human beings. And from within that, the process is very meticulously carried out throughout your embryonic period, fetal period, right to the time that you come out into being as a child. ثُمَّ إِنَّكُمْ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ لَمَيِّتُونَ. Then after all of that, you're going to die. ثُمَّ إِنَّكُمْ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ تُبْعَثُونَ. Then on the day of judgment, you are there of standing, you will be raised again. وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا فَوْقَكُمْ سَبْعَ طَرَائِقٍ. Taking it even further back, before human beings, Allah says we created above you 7 avenues, 7 pathways, the heavens. وَمَا كُنَّا عَنِ الْخَلْقِ غَافِلِينَ. And we have never been unaware of creation. That every single step of creation Allah was very personally involved in. وَأَنزَلْنَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً بِقَدَرٍ. And we sent down water from sky, duly measured. A little bit more would have meant life not possible. A little bit less would have meant life not possible. فَأَسْكَنَّاهُ فِي الْأَرْضِ. And then we settled it on the earth. وَإِنَّا عَلَى ذَهَابٍ بِهِ لَقَادِرُونَ. And we are fully capable of taking it away. فَأَنْشَأْنَا لَكُمْ بِهِ جَنَّاتٍ مِّن نَخِيلٍ وَأَعْنَابٍ. And we produced for you, through it, gardens of palm trees and grapevines. لَكُمْ فِيهَا فَوَاكِهُ كَثِيرًا. And for you it contains a lot of fruit. وَمِنْهَا تَأْكُلُونَ. And you eat of it as well. وَشَجَرَةً تَخْرُجُ مِنْ طُورِ سَيْنَاءَ. And a tree popping out of the Mount Sinai, olive tree. تُنْبِتُ بِالدُّهْنِ وَالصِّبْغٍ لِلْآكِلِينَ. It grows with oil and relish, olives for those who eat it. وَإِنَّ لَكُمْ فِي الْأَنْعَامِ لَعِبْرَةً. And for you there's a lesson in cattle. نُسْقِيكُم مِّمَّا فِي بُطُونِهَا. We provide you to drink from what is in their bellies. وَلَكُمْ فِيهَا مَنَافِعُ كَثِيرًا. And for you there are multiple benefits in them. وَمِنْهَا تَأْكُلُونَ. And you eat some of them as well. وَعَلَيْهَا وَعَلَى الْفُلْكِ تُحْمَلُونَ. And you ride them, and you ride ships in the sea as well. وَلَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا نُوحًا إِلَىٰ قَوْمِهِ. And we sent Nuh towards his people. So you see the physical universe as to how it's step by step oriented for your benefit. You see the biological universe as to how it was step by step meticulously crafted for your life to be possible. And then the initial example of what you're supposed to be doing also laid out for you. But then how humanity has evolved, how the society has developed, and how the process of sending messengers to keep humanity upright morally has been an integral part towards this growth. Every single process of growth being delineated in this surah, and all of that focused around how we are now supposed to channel our own growth, choosing freely. Before, we may not have had choices with respect to how we came about when we were sperms or ovums or what have you. But now that we're here, the next steps are being carried out by human beings. We sent Nuh towards his people, فَقَالَ. And so he said, يَا قَوْمِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهِ. My people, enter into the ibadah of Allah. مَا لَكُم مِّن إِلَٰهٍ غَيْرُهُ. You have no one worthy of being an ilah except him. فَلَا تَتَّقُونَ. Then will you not have taqwa? فَقَالَ الْمَلَأُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مِنْ قَوْمِهِ. So the people who were the leaders of their nation said, مَا هَذَا إِلَّا بَشَرٌ مِثْلُكُمْ. This is nothing but a man like you. يُرِيدُ أَن يَتَفَضَّلَ عَلَيْكُمْ. He simply wants to assert his superiority over you. That's precisely what they're doing, but no one's highlighting that. But when prophets are coming to call them to Allah, then they're projecting their own deviations upon the prophets. وَلَوْ شَاءَ Allah, had Allah wanted, لَأَنزَلَ مَلَائِكَةً. He would have sent down angels. مَا سَمِعْنَا بِهَذَا فِي آبَائِنَا الْأَوَّلِينَ. We have never heard of any such thing from our forefathers. إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا رَجُلٌ بِهِ جِنَّةٌ. In fact, he's just a man suffering from illness or possession. فَتَرَبَّصُوا بِهِ حَتَّى حِينٍ. So just watch and wait for a while with him. قَالَ رَبِّ انصُرْنِي بِمَا كَذَّبُونِ. Nuh responded, my Rabb, help me as they've rejected me. فَأَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْهِ أَنِ اصْنَعِ الْفُلْكَ بِأَعْيُنِنَا وَوَحْيِنَا. So we told him to make a ship under our observation and according to our instructions, inspirations. فَإِذَا جَاءَ أَمْرُنَا. So when our command comes, وَفَارَتْ النُّورُ. And the oven overflows. فَاسْلُكْ فِيهَا مِنْ كُلِّ الزَّوْجَيْنِ اثْنَيْنِ. Then take on a pair of every kind on board. وَأَهْلَكَ إِلَّا مَنْ سَبَقَ عَلَيْهِ الْقَوْلُ مِنْهُمْ. And your family except those of them against whom a verdict has already been passed. وَلَا تُخَاطِبْنِي فِي الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا. And do not plead with me on behalf of the unjust people. إِنَّهُمْ مُغْرَقُونَ. They will definitely be drowned. فَإِذَا اسْتَوَيْتَ أَنْتَ وَمَنْ مَعَكَ عَلَى الْفُلْكِ. And so when you and all those with you have boarded the ship, فَقُلِ الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ. Say, all praise and gratitude is for Allah. الَّذِي نَجَّانَا مِنَ الْقَوْمِ الظَّالِمِينَ. Who rescued us from the unjust unjust people. وَقُلْ رَبِّ أَنزِلْنِي مُنزِلًا مُبَارَكًا, and say that, my Rabb, let me land a blessed destination. وَأَنْتَ خَيْرُ الْمُنزِلِينَ, and you are the best of those who bring to destination. إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَاتٍ, for definitely in that are signs. وَإِن كُنَّا لَمُبْتَلِينَ, and we always test people, we always give people opportunities to grow higher and higher, further and further, stronger and stronger. ثُمَّ أَنشَأْنَا مِن بَعْدِهِمْ قَرْنًا آخَرِينَ, and so we raised after them another generation. فَأَرْسَلْنَا فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ, we sent to them a messenger from among them. أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مَا لَكُم مِّنْ إِلَٰهٍ غَيْرُهُ, telling them to enter into the ibadah of Allah and that there is no ilah except Him. أَفَلَا تَتَّقُونَ, so will you not attain taqwa. وَقَالَ الْمَلَأُ مِنْ قَوْمِهِ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, but the chiefs, the leaders of the people who refused to believe, said, وَكَذَّبُوا بِلِقَاءِ الْآخِرَةِ, and they denied the meeting of the hereafter. وَأَتْرَفْنَاهُمْ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا, while we had given them affluence, wealth in the life of this world. مَا هَذَا إِلَّا بَشَرٌ مِثْلُكُمْ, this is nothing more than a man just like you. يَأْكُلُ مِمَّا تَأْكُلُونَ مِنْ, he eats of what you eat. وَيَشْرَبُ مِمَّا تَشْرَبُونَ, he drinks of what you drink. وَلَئِنْ أَطَعْتُمْ بَشَرًا مِثْلَكُمْ, if you were to obey a man like yourselves, إِنَّكُمْ إِذًا لَخَاسِرُونَ, you would definitely be losers. أَيَعِدُكُمْ أَنَّكُمْ إِذَا مِتُّمْ وَكُنْتُمْ تُرَابًا وَعِظَامًا, what does he promise you? That when you are dead and dust and bones, أَنَّكُمْ مُخْرَجُونَ, that you are going to be extracted to life? هَيْهَاتَ هَيْهَاتَ لِمَا تُوعَدُونَ, far-fetched is what you are being promised. إِنْ هِيَ إِلَّا حَيَاتُنَا الدُّنْيَا, it is nothing but the life of this world. نَمُوتُ وَنَحْيَا, we die, we live. There is no external hand of any deity or divine source in all of that. It's just a process that is randomly going on by itself, spontaneously. وَمَا نَحْنُ بِمَبْعُوثِينَ, we're not going to be raised again. إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا رَجُلٌ, he's nothing but a man, افترى على الله كذبا, who invents a lie against Allah. وَمَا نَحْنُ لَهُ بِمُؤْمِنِينَ, and we are never going to believe in him. قال, the messenger said, رَبِّ انصُرْنِي بِمَا كَذَّبُونَ, my Rabb, help me as they have denied me. قال عَمَّا قَلِيلٍ, Allah responded, in a little while, لَيُصْبِحُنَّ نَادِمِينَ, they will definitely be regretful. فَأَخَذَتْهُمُ الصَّيْحَةُ بِالْحَقِّ, then the shriek seized them deservedly. فَجَعَلْنَاهُمْ غُثَاء, so we made them stubble, they turned into garbage. فَبُعْدًا لِلْقَوْمِ الظَّالِمِينَ, away with the unjust people. ثُمَّ أَنشَأْنَا مِن بَعْدِهِمْ قُرُونًا آخَرِينَ, then we raised after them another generation. مَا تَسْبِقُ مِنْ أُمَّةٍ أَجَلَهَا وَمَا يَسْتَأْخِرُونَ, no nation can hasten its deadline, nor can they postpone it. ثُمَّ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا تَتْرَى, then we sent our messengers one after the other. كُلَّمَا جَاءَ أُمَّةٌ رَسُولُهَا, every time a messenger came to a nation, كَذَّبُوا, they denied him. فَأَتْبَعْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ بَعْضًا, so we made some of them follow the others in terms of their course. وَجَعَلْنَاهُمْ أَحَادِيث, and we made them stories. فَبُعْدًا لِقَوْمٍ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ, so away with the people who do not believe. ثُمَّ أَرْسَلْنَا مُوسَى وَأَخَاهُ هَارُونَ بِآيَاتِنَا وَسُلْطَانٍ مُبِينٍ, then we sent Musa and his brother Harun with our ayat and a clear authority. إِلَى فِرْعَوْنَ وَمَلَئِهِ, towards Fir'aun and his chiefs. فَاسْتَكْبَرُوا, but they were arrogant. وَكَانُوا قَوْمًا عَالِينَ, and they were rebellious people. فَقَالُوا وَنُؤْمِنُ لِبَشَرَيْنِ مِثْلِنَا, they said, should we believe in two men who are like us? وَقَوْمُهُمَا لَنَا عَابِدُونَ, and their people, their nation, are our slaves. The Bani Israel were enslaved to Fir'aun. فَكَذَّبُوهُمَا, so they denied them. فَكَانُوا مِنَ الْمُهْلَكِينَ, and so they ended up with those who were destroyed. وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَا مُوسَى الْكِتَابَ, and we gave Musa the book. لَعَلَّهُمْ يَهْتَدُونَ, so that they could be guided. وَجَعَلْنَا ابْنَ مَرْيَمَ وَأُمَّهُ ayah, and we made the son of Maryam and his mother a sign. وَآوَيْنَاهُمَا إِلَىٰ رَبْوَةٍ ذَاتِ قَرَارٍ وَمَعِينٍ, and we sheltered them on a peaceful height with a fresh spring. Two opinions about that this happened when Maryam was close to her delivery time. And another opinion says that when Isa alayhi salam was already born and there was a threat to his life for one reason or the other, the king had done something of what Fir'aun had done in the time of Musa alayhi salam in terms of killing off male children. Or there was some threat to Isa alayhi salam's life, so she had to take him for a refuge, and he was given refuge, shelter, and provided for at that time. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
पहली रकाअत में सजदा तिलावत करेंगे इंशाअल्लाह।
अल्लाहु अकबर। الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. يا أيها الناس ضرب مثل فاستمعوا له إن الذين تدعون من دون الله لن يخلقوا ذبابا ولو اجتمعوا له وإن يسلبهم الذباب شيئا لا يستنقذوه منه ضعف الطالب والمطلوب ما قدر الله حق قدره إن الله لقوي عزيز. الله يصطفي من الملائكة رسلا ومن الناس إن الله سميع بصير يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم وإلى الله ترجع الأمور. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اركعوا واسجدوا واعبدوا ربكم وافعلوا الخير لعلكم تفلحون. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. وجاهدوا في الله حق جهاده هو اجتباكم وما جعل عليكم في الدين من حرج ملة أبيكم إبراهيم هو سماكم المسلمين من قبل وفي هذا ليكون الرسول شهيدا عليكم وتكونوا شهداء على الناس فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة واعتصموا بالله هو مولاكم فنعم المولى ونعم النصير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قد أفلح المؤمنون الذين هم في صلاتهم خاشعون والذين هم عن اللغو معرضون والذين هم للزكاة فاعلون والذين هم لفروجهم حافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم فإنهم غير ملومين فمن ابتغى وراء ذلك فأولئك هم العادون والذين هم لأماناتهم وعهدهم راعون والذين هم على صلواتهم يحافظون أولئك هم الوارثون الذين يرثون الفردوس هم فيها خالدون ولقد خلقنا الإنسان من سلالة من طين ثم جعلناه نطفة في قرار مكين ثم خلقنا النطفة علقة فخلقنا العلقة مضغة فخلقنا المضغة عظاما فكسونا العظام لحما ثم أنشأناه خلقا آخر فتبارك الله أحسن الخالقين ثم إنكم بعد ذلك لميتون ثم إنكم يوم القيامة تبعثون ولقد خلقنا فوقكم 7 طرائق وما كنا عن الخلق غافلين وأنزلنا من السماء ماء بقدر فأسكناه في الأرض وإنا على ذهاب به لقادرون فأنشأنا لكم به جنات من نخيل وأعناب لكم فيها فواكه كثيرة ومنها تأكلون وشجرة تخرج من طور سيناء تنبت بالدهن وصبغ للآكلين وإن لكم في الأنعام لعبرة نسقيكم مما في بطونها ولكم فيها منافع كثيرة ومنها تأكلون وعليها وعلى الفلك تحملون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. ولقد أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه فقال يا قوم اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره أفلا تتقون. فقال الملأ الذين كفروا من قومه ما هذا إلا بشر مثلكم يريد أن يتفضل عليكم ولو شاء الله لأنزل ملائكة ما سمعنا بهذا في آبائنا الأولين إن هو إلا رجل به جنة فتربصوا به حتى حين. قال رب انصرني بما كذبون فأوحينا إليه أن اصنع الفلك بأعيننا ووحينا فإذا جاء أمرنا وفارت النور فاسلك فيها من كل زوجين 2 وأهلك إلا من سبق عليه القول منهم ولا تخاطبني في الذين ظلموا إنهم مغرقون. فإذا استويت أنت ومن معك على الفلك فقل الحمد لله الذي نجانا من القوم الظالمين وقل رب أنزلني منزلا مباركا وأنت خير المنزلين إن في ذلك لآيات وإن كنا لمبتلين ثم أنشأنا من بعدهم قرنا آخرين فأرسلنا فيهم رسولا منهم أن اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره أفلا تتقون وقال الملأ من قومه الذين كفروا وكذبوا بلقاء الآخرة وأترفناهم في الحياة الدنيا ما هذا إلا بشر مثلكم يأكل مما تأكلون منه ويشرب مما تشربون ولئن أطعتم بشرا مثلكم إنكم إذا لخاسرون أيعدكم أنكم إذا متم وكنتم ترابا وعظاما أنكم مخرجون هيهات هيهات لما توعدون إن هي إلا حياتنا الدنيا نموت ونحيا وما نحن بمبعوثين إن هو إلا رجل افترى على الله كذبا وما نحن له بمؤمنين قال رب انصرني بما كذبون قال عما قليل ليصبحن نادمين فأخذتهم الصيحة بالحق فجعلناهم غثاء فبعدا للقوم الظالمين ثم أنشأنا من بعدهم قرونا آخرين ما تسبق من أمة أجلها وما يستأخرون ثم أرسلنا رسلنا تترى كلما جاء أمة رسولها كذبوه فأتبعنا بعضهم بعضا وجعلناهم أحاديث فبعدا لقوم لا يؤمنون ثم أرسلنا موسى وأخاه هارون بآياتنا وسلطان مبين إلى فرعون وملئه فاستكبروا وكانوا قوما عالين فقالوا أنؤمن لبشرين مثلنا وقومهما لنا عابدون فكذبوهما فكانوا من المهلكين وجعلنا ابن مريم وأمه آية وآويناهما إلى ربوة ذات قرار ومعين ولقد آتينا موسى الكتاب لعلهم يهتدون وجعلنا ابن مريم وأمه آية وآويناهما إلى ربوة ذات قرار ومعين الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Continuing from the fourth ruku'. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الرسل كلوا من الطيبات وأعملوا صالحا. Messengers, eat of the good things that we have provided and practice righteousness. That this combination is particularly important as to how deviation from the amal salih, the actual good things that are supposed to be done, is compensated for by a prohibition of an excess of what is not supposed to be prohibited, but an over prohibition, overly righteous attitude with respect to self-punishment even. But not doing what is actually supposed to be done, the amal salih that are supposed to be practiced. Inni bima ta'amaluna alim, that I have full knowledge of whatever you do. Wa inna hadhihi ummatukum ummatan wahida, and for sure this is your nation, the one nation, one community. Wa ana rabbukum, and I am your Rabb. Fattaqun, so observe my taqwa. Fataqatta'u amrahum bainahum zubura, but they divided their religion among themselves into factions, into sects. Kullu hizbin bima ladayhim farihun, every group is rejoicing with whatever portion it has taken for itself. So one particular group takes a love of the Prophet and just thinks, exalts in that, proliferates, propagates that to the exclusion of all else. That is the standard of judgment that everyone else is going to be subjected to, whether they are close to them or rejected by them and rejected ultimately by God in their estimation. And other groups would pick up other dimensions of religion and propose that or put that forward as all of religion, as the most important, everything else being negligible, not important, insignificant, etc., etc. And then coming at loggerheads with each other, into conflict with each other. فَذَرْهُمْ فِي غَمْرَتِهِمْ حَتَّى حِينٍ, so let them be in their heedlessness for some time. أَيَحْسَبُونَ, do they think أَنَّمَا نُمِدُّهُمْ بِهِ مِنْ مَالٍ وَبَنِينَ, that by increasing them in wealth and power, نُسَارِعُ لَهُمْ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ, we are hastening good for them. That they think that they're not being taken to task, and that they're actually benefiting. That within this is implicit that this factionism or this sectarianism is offering some sort of personal benefit to them. In terms of wealth, in terms of power, they are growing. And they took that growth in wealth, in personal wealth and power, as a sign of acceptance, as a sign of how they are on the right track. What portion they've chosen from religion to be the actual truth. Whereas what this is representing is that factionism was done for the intent of power and wealth. And that is what it's resulting in. نُسَارِعُ لَهُمْ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ, are we hastening good for them? بَلْ لَا يَشْعُرُونَ, in fact, they'd have no realization. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ هُمْ مِنْ خَشْيَةِ رَبِّهِمْ مُشْفِقُونَ. On the contrary, and you would find that within this sectarian manifestation of religiosity is this utmost certainty of personal righteousness, this cocksure assuredness of how everyone is off track and how they themselves are absolutely fine. This is being contrasted by another set of personality traits. We saw a set of personality traits in the very beginning of the surah, and those personality traits were more with respect to behavior, actions. These are more esoteric, these are more internal, these are more with respect to their inner dimension. What is this? إِنَّ الَّذِينَ هُمْ مِنْ خَشْيَةِ رَبِّهِمْ مُشْفِقُونَ. Those who live in awe for the fear of their Rabb. That the rububiyyah of Allah, they are so much in cognizance of it that it strikes an awe in their hearts. That this concern of living up to what their Rabb wants for them to be like. That I should be what my beloved envisions me to be. Whatever my beloved sees in me, I should see that within myself, and I should look to realize that. And that concern for realizing that, for living that, it keeps them going. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ بِآيَاتِ رَبِّهِمْ يُؤْمِنُونَ. These are the people who believe in the ayats of their Rabb. These are mu'mineen to begin with. But Iman, as we've repeatedly said, is not just one set of creedal matters or dogmas that you just believe in and that's it, your job is done, you're a believer. No, it is representation of an attitude. As to how many times have we seen Iman in ayat of Allah in particular contrasted with istikbar, arrogance. So Iman becomes a humility through which ayat of Allah are consistently believed in. That the more ayat of Allah you're confronted with, the more your understanding of Allah is developing, of yourself is developing, of your responsibilities is developing. وَالَّذِينَ هُمْ بِرَبِّهِمْ لَا يُشْرِكُونَ. And those who do not associate anything or anyone with their Rabb. وَالَّذِينَ يُؤْتُونَ مَا أَتَوْا. And those who give whatever they give. وَقُلُوبُهُمْ وَجِلَةٌ. And their hearts are full of fear. That these people are giving in the sake of Allah. They are giving either others, jazakallah khair, but it's not adding them in arrogance. Not a sense of superiority, not a sense of self-righteousness. Rather, while doing good and giving, they're becoming even more humble. And they're even more afraid. Is this accepted? Will this be accepted? Will this not be accepted? It's a drop in the ocean. Is this going to be sufficient? How will I be able to sustain this? It wasn't all that easy doing this whenever I did do it. Will I be able to persevere in this? And so all of these fears, again, this is not there's two kinds of fear. There's that negative kind of fear that puts you down, that leads to avoidance. But this is the kind of fear that motivates action. And that's how you tell where the fear is originating from. Is it spiritual? Is it from Allah? Or is it demonic? Is it from shaitan? And more than anything else, it's your own choices that determine the origin of that fear. How you choose to respond to the feeling of fear. Is it putting you down or is it taking you higher? أَنَّهُمْ إِلَىٰ رَبِّهِمْ رَاجِعُونَ. That they are going to be returned to their Rabb. أُولَٰئِكَ يُسَارِعُونَ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ. These are the people who compete with each other in good. They look to do more and more. وَهُمْ لَهَا سَابِقُونَ. And they are going to outstrip others, they're going to win the race. وَلَا نُكَلِّفُ نَفْسًا إِلَّا وُسْعَهَا, and we don't burden anyone more than his capacity. وَلَدَيْنَا كِتَابٌ يَنْطِقُ بِالْحَقِّ, and with us is a document which speaks the truth, which tells us precisely the situation that people are in, what possibilities they have, what possibilities they did realize, what possibilities they could have realized, what the possibilities they could never have realized. And so that's what the judgment is going to be based on. So lest this fear is taken out of proportion and is exaggerated to the point of helplessness, it is precluded by the understanding that no, whatever it is that I'm charged with, whatever it is that my Rabb wants me to do, it is very much within my potential to do. That it is within my capacity to perform. وَهُمْ لَا يُظْلَمُونَ, and they will not be treated unjustly. بَلْ قُلُوبُهُمْ فِي غَمْرَةٍ مِّنْ هَذَا. In fact, their hearts are covered with confusion. Those who disbelieve, those who don't have this attitude, those who are more towards the sectarian representation of religiousness and righteousness, they're in confusion with respect to this comprehensiveness that the Quranic ayats come with. وَلَهُمْ أَعْمَالٌ مِّن دُونِ ذَلِكَ هُمْ لَهَا عَامِلُونَ, and they have some other priorities, some other actions that they are engaged in. حَتَّى إِذَا أَخَذْنَا مُتْرَفِيهِمْ بِالْعَذَابِ, until we seize them. They're affluent ones, they're more wealthy ones, with punishment. إِذَا هُمْ يَجْعَرُونَ, then they will start crying for help. لَا تَجْعَرُوا الْيَوْمَ, they will be told, don't cry out today. إِنَّكُمْ مِنَّا لَا تُنْصَرُونَ, you will not receive any help from us. قَدْ كَانَتْ آيَاتِي تُتْلَى عَلَيْكُمْ, my ayat were recited upon you. فَكُنْتُمْ عَلَىٰ أَعْقَابِكُمْ تَنْسِكُمْ, but you تَنْكِسُونَ, but you used to turn back to your heels, you used to run away from them. مُسْتَكْبِرِينَ بِهِ, arrogant towards them. سَامِرًا تَهْجُرُونَ, talking nonsense about this Qur'an, like one telling fables by night, as if this book is nothing more than a bunch of stories, so a bunch of fairy tales, and that's all there is to it. أَفَلَمْ يَدَّبَّرُوا الْقَوْلَ, did they not ponder over the word? أَمْ جَاءَهُمْ مَا لَمْ يَأْتِ آبَاءَهُمُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, or have they received something which their forefathers did not receive? أَمْ لَمْ يَعْرِفُوا رَسُولَهُم, do they not recognize their own messenger? فَهُمْ لَهُ مُنْكِرُونَ, and that's why they're rejecting him. أَمْ يَقُولُونَ بِهِ جِنَّةٌ, do they say he is a madman? بَلْ جَاءَهُمْ بِالْحَقِّ, he has brought the truth to them. وَأَكْثَرُهُمْ لِلْحَقِّ كَارِهُونَ, and most of them hate the truth. It is that he's brought to them that which would make sense of the world that they're living in, the lives that they have to live, and would make it purposeful, meaningful, which is as of now meaningless, purposeless, useless, batil. And al-haq is brought to them and they're in rejection of that. Rather, in opposition to it, they have started labeling Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, وَلَوِ اتَّبَعَ الْحَقُّ أَهْوَاءَهُم, and had the truth followed their desires, لَفَسَدَتِ السَّمَاوَاتُ وَالْأَرْضُ وَمَنْ فِيهِنْ, there would have been chaos in the heavens and the earth and whatever is in them and whoever is in them. We already see a state of chaos, since what is represented as truth is only a garbed, covered, disguised version of personal desires of a particular status quo, of a particular group of people, and how they have very cunningly put their desires up front and called it religion and deceived themselves through it. Because that's how you're going to be able to successfully deceive others, when you've successfully deceived yourself. بَلْ أَتَيْنَاهُمْ بِذِكْرِهِمْ, but we have given them their reminder. There's something that mentions them. فَهُمْ عَنْ ذِكْرِهِمْ مُعْرِضُونَ, but they're turning away from that reminder there that identifies them. أَمْ تَسْأَلُهُمْ خَرْجًا, or did you ask them for some payment, Ya Rasulullah? فَخَرَاجُ رَبِّكَ خَيْرٌ, in case you did, the reward of your Rabb is much better. وَهُوَ خَيْرُ الرَّازِقِينَ, and He is the best of providers. وَإِنَّكَ لَتَدْعُوهُمْ إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ, for sure you call them towards a straight path. There is no doubt in that. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْآخِرَةِ, and those who do not believe in the hereafter, عَنِ الصِّرَاطِ لَنَاكِبُونَ, they're deviating from the right path. وَلَوْ رَحِمْنَاهُمْ وَكَشَفْنَا مَا بِهِمْ مِنْ ضُرٍّ, and if we show them mercy and relieve them of all the afflictions that they are facing, لَلَجُّوا فِي طُغْيَانِهِمْ يَعْمَهُونَ, they would still persist in transgression, wandering blindly. They're being given an explanation that makes sense and allows for them to see things better, but they prefer to remain blind, since that helps them follow their desires better. وَلَقَدْ أَخَذْنَاهُمْ بِالْعَذَابِ, and we had already seized them with punishment, the minor punishments that precede the major punishment. فَمَسْتَكَانُوا لِرَبِّهِمْ وَمَا يَتَضَرَّعُونَ, yet they neither submitted before their Rabb, nor were they humble. That you would always, just like every death is preceded by a series of sicknesses and health, that as human beings, before the actual death comes, we experience sickness here or there. Just like that, nations before the adhab that comes to wipe them out or overwhelm the entire nation, small tasters, trailers, if you will, of adhab are thrown out, so as for people to humble themselves. حَتَّى إِذَا فَتَحْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ بَابًا ذَا عَذَابٍ شَدِيدٍ, until we open to them the great of the severe punishment, the bigger punishment. إِذَا هُمْ فِيهِ مُبْلِسُونَ, immediately they would be in despair at that. وَهُوَ الَّذِي أَنشَأَ لَكُمُ السَّمْعَ وَالْأَبْصَارَ وَالْأَفْئِدَةَ, He is the one who created for you your hearing, your vision, in your hearts, your intellect. قَلِيلًا مَا تَشْكُرُونَ, yet little thanks do you give. وَهُوَ الَّذِي ذَرَأَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ, He is the one who multiplied you through the earth. وَإِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ, before Him you will all be assembled. وَهُوَ الَّذِي يُحْيِي وَيُمِيتُ, He is the one who gives life and death. وَلَهُ اخْتِلَافُ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ, and His is the alternation of the night and the day. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ, then don't you think. بَلْ قَالُوا مِثْلَ مَا قَالَ الْأَوَّلُونَ, rather they say like the ones before them said. They don't think, they repeat what the people before them used to say. قَالُوا, they said, إِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا وَعِظَامًا, what? When we are dead and are dust and bones, إِنَّا لَمَبْعُوثُونَ, would we really be resurrected? لَقَدْ وُعِدْنَا نَحْنُ وَآبَاؤُنَا هَذَا مِنْ قَبْلِ, we have been promised this before, both us and our forefathers. In هَذَا إِلَّا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, this is nothing but legends of old, stories. قُلْ لِمَنِ الْأَرْضُ وَمَنْ فِيهَا إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, ask them, to whom does the earth and all that's on it belong to, if you at all know? سَيَقُولُونَ لِلَّهِ, they will reply, it belongs to Allah. So they're a religious people. It's not that they're an irreligious people. It's not that they don't believe in God. It's just that that conception of God is not being taken to its actual conclusion, what is supposed to be taken to. Rather, it is fulfilling their fantasies or their fancies. قُلْ أَفَلَا تَذَكَّرُونَ, tell them, why don't you remember? قُلْ مَنْ رَبُّ السَّمَاوَاتِ السَّبْعِ وَرَبُّ الْعَرْشِ الْعَظِيمِ, ask them, who is the Rabb of the seven heavens and also the Rabb of the supreme throne? سَيَقُولُونَ لِلَّهِ, they will soon respond that it belongs to Allah. قُلْ أَفَلَا تَتَّقُونَ, and ask them, why don't you observe His taqwa? Why don't you, the one that you recognize to be the Rabb of the heavens and the earth, how about recognize Him to be your Rabb as well? قُلْ مَنْ بِيَدِهِ مَلَكُوتُ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ, ask them, who in whose hands is the sovereignty of everything? وَهُوَ يُجِيرُ وَلَا يُجَارُ عَلَيْهِ, He protects while there is none to protect against Him. إِن كُنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, if you really know. سَيَقُولُونَ لِلَّهِ, they will say, it is in Allah's hands. قُلْ فَأَنَّا تُسْحَرُونَ, say, so how then are you bewitched, turned away from this, blinded to this? وَإِنَّهُمْ لَكَاذِبُونَ, in fact they are liars. مَتَّخَذَ اللَّهُ مِنْ وَلَدٍ, Allah has not taken any son. وَمَا كَانَ مَعَهُ مِنْ إِلَهٍ, and there is no ilah along with Him. إِذَنْ, had that been, لَذَهَبَ كُلُّ إِلَهٍ بِمَا خَلَقٍ, each God would have taken away what He created. وَلَعَلَى بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ, and some of them would have tried to overpower others. You do not see within the creation in front of you this discrepancy of habits, that one set of habits seems to be representing one God and another set of laws seem to be representing another God, that they're contradicting each other, that would have manifested itself as chaos in existence in the universe, that there would not be this synchrony, this balance, this that is maintained for life to be possible. Subhanallah amma yasifun, exalted is Allah above all that they attribute to Him. Alim al-ghaybi wa shahada, nor of the unseen and the seen. Fata'ala amma yushrikun, so high is He above all what they associate with Him. Qul Rabbi imma turiyanni ma yu'adun, say, pray, Ya Rasulullah, my Rabb, if you show me what they have been promised, i.e. the punishment, the adhab. Rabbi fala taj'alni fil qawmi adh-dhalimin, then my Rabb, do not include me in the zalimeen. So this is the process that has been going on from the very beginning. From clay, extracted its essence, its best part, and then it's taken from stage upon stage so that it becomes the best. And within that, the human being is endowed with special human characteristics. And then human society, prior to that, the heavens and the earth were mentioned. Then the human society taken from stage to stage. Those who refuse to comply with Allah's amr to become the best versions of themselves and allow humanity to become the best of itself, they were done away with. Adhab, punishment. And now human beings individually are being told to respond so that they continue to bring the best out of themselves, as represented in the beginning and in the middle. of Surah Mu'minun. And if they refuse to do so, and they refuse to do so collectively, then those who are not part of that collective rejectors of the truth, they're required to ask Allah's refuge from the consequences of the actions of the majority, that those consequences are going to be very severe, and to ask Allah to save us from that. And to recognize the vulnerability of actually falling into that. That it may well be that you're left behind with them, that you're counted as part of them, that you are actually a part of them. And so to be instructed to make this dua is to recognize that I have the potential of being part of the zalimeen. And so I constantly look to not be part of them and ask Allah to not make me of them. وَإِنَّ عَلَى أَن نُرِيَكَ مَا نَعِدُهُمْ لَقَادِرُونَ. And we are capable of showing you what we are threatening them with. idfa' billati hiya ahsanu sayyi'ah. So return evil with that which is the best possible. Nahnu a'lamu bima yasifun. We know best what they describe. Wa qur rabbi a'udhu bika min hamazati shayateen. And ask, my Rabb, I seek your protection from the incitements of the devils. Wa a'udhu bika rabbi an yahdurun. And I seek protection in you, my Rabb, lest they be present with me. That whatever has incited them to do what they're doing in terms of their arrogance and rejection, I feel the vulnerability within me, and so I ask you, Allah, to protect me. And when they have become incarnates of the devil, that when they are representing demonic ends themselves, I ask your refuge from their influence as well. حَتَّى إِذَا جَاءَ أَحَدَهُمُ الْمَوْتِ. Until death comes to one of them. قَالَ رَبِّ ارْجِعُونَ. He cries, my Rabb, send me back. So it is death that opens their eyes. So one of the impacts that shaitan has is to close people's eyes, make them heedless of meaning, of purpose, of anything worthwhile that they have to do, so that they don't even know that they're doing is wrong. لَعَلِّي أَعْمَلُ صَالِحًا فِيمَا تَرَكْتُ. I may perform righteously in the world which I have just been left behind. Give me one more chance. Kalla, not at all. إِنَّهَا كَلِمَةٌ هُوَ قَائِلُ. It's just a word that he's actually saying. He's not going to follow up on it. He's not going to do it. وَمِن وَرَائِهِمْ بَرْزَخٌ إِلَى يَوْمِ يُبْعَثُونَ. Behind him is a barrier till the day that they are raised again. فَإِذَا نُفِخَ فِي الصُّورِ. And so when the trumpet is blown, فَلَا أَنْسَابَ بَيْنَهُمْ يَوْمَئِذٍ وَلَا يَتَسَاءَلُونَ. There will be no blood relation among them that day, and they will not even ask about one another. فَمَنْ ثَقُلَتْ مَوَازِينُهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. So those whose scales are heavy with good would be the ones who are successful. وَمَنْ خَفَّتْ مَوَازِينُهُ. And those whose scales are going to be light. فَأُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ خَسِرُوا أَنفُسَهُم. These are the people who have failed themselves. They had the potential to do better, but they let themselves down. فِي جَهَنَّمَ خَالِدُونَ. In hell forever. تَلْفَحُ وُجُوهَهُمُ النَّارِ. Fire will sear their faces. It will burn their faces. وَهُمْ فِيهَا كَالِحُونَ. And they will be lying in it with taut smiles. So the irony of Jahannam is that everyone in there will be smiling. And the reason why they're smiling, there's nothing funny or pleasurable there, is just that whatever holds your teeth in is burnt off. So the teeth are exposed, so it looks like a smile. Alam takun ayati tutla alaykum. And then they would be told, were my ayats not recited upon you? فَكُنْتُمْ بِهَا تُكَذِّبُونَ. And did you used to deny them? قَالُوا. They would say, رَبَّنَا غَلَبَتْ عَلَيْنَا شِقْوَتُنَا. Our Rabb, our wretchedness overpowered us. So a recognition that we were more than our wretchedness, but we allowed our wretchedness to overwhelm us. وَكُنَّا قَوْمًا ضَالِّينَ. And we became a bunch of misguided, lost people. رَبَّنَا أَخْرِجْنَا مِنْهَا. Our Rabb, bring us out of this. فَإِنْ عُدْنَا فَإِنَّا ظَالِمُونَ. If we now do evil again, then we would be absolutely wrong. قَالَ اخْسَوْا فِيهَا وَلَا تُكَلِّمُونَ. Allah says, stay there, despised, and don't even talk to me. إِنَّهُ كَانَ فَرِيقٌ مِّنْ عِبَادِي. There were a group of my ibads, يقولون, who used to say, رَبَّنَا آمَنَّا. Our Rabb, we have believed, فَاغْفِرْ لَنَا وَارْحَمْنَا. So please forgive us and have mercy on us. وَأَنْتَ خَيْرُ الرَّاحِمِينَ. And you are the best of those who show mercy. فَاتَّخَذْتُمُوهُمْ سِخْرِيًّا. You used to mock them. حَتَّى أَنْسَوْكُمْ ذِكْرِي. To the point that their mockery made you forget me. That your animosity towards our true believers and their humility was such that it made you oblivious to us. وَكُنْتُمْ minhum tadhakun. You used to laugh at them. Now your situation physically is rendered such that you are laughing at yourselves. That your lips have been burnt off, so continue laughing. Only the point of derision is your own selves. Inni jazaytuhumul yawma bima sabaru. I will reward them for their perseverance, for their sabr. Annahum humul faizun. They are the ones, they are actually successful. قَالَ كَمْ لَبِثْتُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ عَدَدَ السِّنِينَ. And so Allah will ask, how many years did you stay on earth? قَالُوا لَبِثْنَا يَوْمًا وَبَعْضَ يَوْمٍ. They will say, we lived there a day or a part of a day. فَاسْأَلِ الْعَادِينَ. So ask those who keep count. قَالَ, Allah will say, إِلَّا بِثْتُمْ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. You did not stay except very little. لو أنكم كنتم تعلمون. If only you had known. أفحسبتم أنما خلقناكم عبثا. So do you think that we created you without a purpose? Because that's what you're implying. Your entire lifestyle is implying a meaninglessness in creation, a useless, purposeless. Everything is for no reason. Whether you do that outrightly by rejecting God, by rejecting the prophets, or you do that implicitly, that your understanding of God, i.e., an understanding that has no implication on your behavior, on your actions, on your sense of responsibility, that your understanding of prophets, rather than making you more cognizant of your actions, more aware of what you should or should not do, it is making you bank on their intercessions, or belief in them is sufficient for you to live life the way you want to. Your understanding of akhirah is not leading you towards, motivating you towards doing more and more. Rather, it is motivating, it is demotivating you. It's telling you that you're already good. You're in paradise. All of that is rendering Allah's creation meaningless. أَفَحَسِبْتُمْ أَنَّمَا خَلَقْنَاكُمْ عَبَثًا. So do you think we created you without purpose? Or are you saying that you have no freedom? That everything is prescripted and it's just going to be what it's going to be, and nothing you do has any impact on it? That you're puppets, puppeteered by shaitan or by God or whoever your puppeteer is. All of that renders Allah's creation abath, and He takes that very personally. If there's anything He takes very, very incredibly personally, it's that. Did you think we created all of this without a purpose, without a meaning, without a particular direction that it was supposed to achieve? وَأَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْنَا لَا تُرْجَعُونَ. And that you would not be brought back to us. If our behavior is saying that, then that's who our God is. A purposeless, a creator of purposelessness. If our life is suggesting that, then that's who our God is. That's who we believe in. Whoever we say we believe in is another matter. Doesn't matter. فَتَعَالَ اللَّهُ الْمَلِكُ الْحَقِّ. Allah is exalted. So exalted is Allah, the true sovereign. لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا هُوَ رَبُّ الْعَرْشِ الْكَرِيمِ. There is no ilah except Him, the Rabb of the honorable throne. You're insulting His rububiyyah, you're insulting His uluhiyyah, you're insulting His being al-haq by saying all of this. وَمَنْ يَدْعُوا مَعَ اللَّهِ إِلَهًا آخَرَ لَا بُرْهَانَ لَهُ بِهِ. And whoever calls on any other ilah other than Allah, for which he has no proof, فَإِنَّمَا حِسَابُهُ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِ. His accountability is with his own Rabb. إِنَّهُ لَا يُفْلِحُ الْكَافِرُونَ. And for sure the disbelievers will not succeed. وَقُلْ. And say, Ya Rasulullah, رَبِّ اغْفِرْ. My Rabb, forgive. وَارْحَمْ. And have mercy. وَأَنْتَ خَيْرُ الرَّاحِمِينَ. And you are the best of those who show mercy. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Suratun anzalnaha wa faradnaha. A surah which we have sent down and we have obligated. Wa anzalna fiha ayatin bayyinat. And we have revealed in it clear signs. La'allakum tadhakkarun. That you may remember. And so after a string of Meccan surahs, with a little disagreement about Surah Hajj, whether it's Makki or Madani, predominantly looks Makki. Some ayats may have been Madani, but now we have a definitively Madani surah. And there are particular contexts within Sirah that relate to the revelation of this particular surah, which we will come at in a little bit. So, الزانية والزاني فاجلدوا كل واحد منهما. So the fornicator, male or female, male and female actually, فَجْلِدُوا كُلَّ وَاحِدٍ, flog each of them. مِئَةَ جَلْدَةٍ, 100 lashes. وَلَا تَأْخُذْكُمْ بِهِمَا رَأْفَةٌ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ, and let not pity for them withhold you from acting upon the deen of Allah. إِن كُنْتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, if you really believe in Allah and the last day. وَلْيَشْهَدْ عَذَابَهُمَا طَائِفَةٌ مِّنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, let a crowd of believers be present at the time of the execution of their punishment. That there should be a deterrent, that this punishment should be a deterrent, that people do not allow for this abuse of relationships to become prevalent. And that's what zina is. That in contrast to what nikah is, zina is an abuse of something incredibly beautiful, of something incredibly honorable, of something incredibly sanctified. And that abuse is going to create chaos socially. And so anything and everything that can possibly be done to ensure that it doesn't take place in the society is encouraged, is what a society should look to establish. Because in a true relationship, person A takes person B in their totality, appreciates them for who they are and for who they can be, physically, psychologically, spiritually, and looks to love them at all of these levels in order to make them realize their best potential, as Allah would. So, embodying within themselves those attributes of Allah, that He looks to bring out the best in us. He looks to bring out our most positive potential. What zina does is that it breaks up the human being, strips it off of its spiritual dimension, even for the most part psychological dimension, and of the physical hones in on a part of that, isolated from everything else about the human being in their totality, in their comprehensiveness, and looks to focus on just that fragment of their existence, and looks to represent that as a whole, as if that is all there is to the other person, that there are no more than that. And of course, the most vulnerable in this, in the short term, is the woman partaking in this particular encounter. But the man stands to suffer too. The suffering may be not as obvious, especially in a patriarchal, misogynistic society, which ensures that women suffer more than men. But all the more reason that this needs to be safeguarded against. This needs to be precluded in that society. That this abuse, this blasphemy of the sanctified relationship, of the sanctification of the entire this process of relationship, it's not tolerated in any way, shape, or form. That Allah has created human beings whole, and when that holistic creation is not appreciated for what it is, problems will ensue. And nothing abuses it more than zina, which is publicly visible. Again, this punishment is restricted to a public display of this practice. You have to have at least 4 witnesses who testify to it. So there is a public dimension to this activity, which is all the more encouraging others into the practice of this abuse of beauty, of that which is sacred. So this opens doors to exploitation. This opens doors to evil, in the sense that when two people come into this relationship with no strings attached, and that's become a popular phrase, and that's projected as, that's how crooked our mentality and the lens through which we see reality has become, that this is looked at as the beauty of zina. This ugliness is portrayed as beauty, that you have no responsibility. And that's precisely why it's not supposed to be practiced. But in a society where the conception of freedom is a freedom away from responsibility, it is a freedom from something rather than a freedom to something. That whenever scripture or Qur'an or any philosophy worth its salt talks about freedom as a value, that it's supposed to be a freedom to do something, and that freedom to do something responsible. But this particular portrayal of no strings attached is a freedom from responsibility. You don't have to bear the consequences of whatever. You don't even have to forget about consequences with respect to pregnancy, children, this, that, the third. Forget about that. The emotional consequences, there is no regard for them. Or if there is, then it's a farce. It's usually a deception. That there may be possibilities of people, exceptions, not the rule, definitely not the rule, who are able to regard the other person, who are able to respect the other person, or may be able to look at them holistically even after the process, the action of zina has taken place, or if the relationship is based in zina. But that is so much of an exception, so much of a minority of a situation that would actually be the case. That to propagate that as a reason socially is uncalled for. You cannot propagate socially what depends on exceptions, because you're calling for chaos when you do that. You're calling for chaos when you do that. And so to ensure that the society does not go down that path is of the utmost essence. Because when this prevails, especially if the strength of your society, which is your youth, has easy access to this, then you rest assured that the strength of your society is waylaid into a direction which is now for them to become heedless of their responsibilities, of their meaning, of anything purposeful. Forget it. Now you've just pushed them down a pathway, coming out of which is going to be incredibly difficult. Not impossible, but definitely difficult. And so when that becomes the state of the society, you know that good coming from this society it's becoming more and more, it's becoming a more self-indulgent society, especially when they're at an age where sexuality is immature. That the hallmark of teenage and adolescent sexuality is that it is developing, it hasn't developed, it is blind. It doesn't see, it is incapable of seeing a whole. It just sees self-gratification. All there is to that, the conception of sexuality, is personal gratification. And that actually manifests in a lot of sexual perversions and sexual disorders, precisely because it hasn't been honed, refined, educated, and allowed to mature the way it should. And zina ensures that it does not mature. That it, even sexuality has a essence, a purpose, a beautiful side to it that is not allowed to develop in a society where zina is prevalent. In kuntum tu'minuna billahi wal yawmil akhir. If you really believe in Allah and the last day, وَلْيَشْهَدْ عَذَابَهُمَا طَائِفَةٌ مِّنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, and let a crowd of believers be present at the time of the execution of this punishment, so they know that this direction they don't go into. الزَّانِي لَا يَنْكِحُ إِلَّا زَانِيَةً أَوْ مُشْرِكًا. The fornicator does not marry except a fornicator or a mushrik. Now this is not a law. This is not an announcement that this is how it actually is, that this is some sort of karma. No. This is a recommendation for society. That this is how your society should be, that the good is so prevalent and so easily and clearly known from the bad and the evil, that it is impossible for someone to end up in a relationship with another person who is more prone to open relationships or zina-oriented relationships. That's a social standard, a social value that you social reformers, you want to reform your society, this is what your goal is. To create a society in which it is impossible for good people to end up with people who are persisting on being not very good. That even within their relationship they're going to be, it becomes impossible for you to tell that your standards of marriage, let me put it that way, your standards of marriage are so tunnel visioned that you are looking at such superficial elements within marriage before you get one or the other person married, that morality, behaviors, they're of no consequence. That all that matters to you is if it's a girl, how beautiful or how much of a Barbie doll she looks like, or if it's a guy, how much dough does he roll in, how much money does he make. If those are the standards, then rest assured, a nice guy may end up with a very open relationship kind of girl who's very free despite marriage to zina. And the other way around. A very righteous, chaste girl may end up in marriage to a very lewd, to very, fornicating kind of a guy. And that's precisely what our society is. The picture perfect definition of where you can't tell, because our standards at marriage are so superficial, so restricted. وَالزَّانِيَةُ لَا يَنْكِحُهَا إِلَّا زَانٍ أَوْ مُشْرِكٍ, and she can't be married to none except a fornicator or a mushrik. وَحُرِّمَ ذَلِكَ عَلَى الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, this is forbidden to the believers. Obviously this doesn't say that there's no opportunity, you don't give people a second chance or you label them for life. This is talking about those who are persisting in this activity of zina and are not open to the possibility of repentance and changing themselves. Because then that would be the other extreme, where a society does not allow for reform. That a society chooses to condemn you for life, for teenage or adolescent atrocities or whatever engagements that were there, that were prevalent. That a person looks to repent, come back, but then the society asserts its self-righteousness on that person and does not allow for them a door back in and condemns them for life. وَحُرِّمَ ذَلِكَ عَلَى الْمُؤْمِنِينَ وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ الْمُحْصَنَاتِ, and those who accuse chaste women, ثُمَّ لَمْ يَأْتُوا بِأَرْبَعَةِ شُهَدَاء, and they cannot produce 4 witnesses, فَجْلِدُوهُمْ 80 جَلْدًا, then flog them 80 lashes, وَلَا تَقْبَلُوا لَهُمْ شَهَادَةً أَبَدًا, and do not accept their testimony ever again, وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ, and such are the rebellious people. Default, a woman or a person is chaste. That's the default state, unless there's witnesses. And that too, 4 of them. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ تَابُوا مِن بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ وَأَصْلَحُوا, except those who repent after that and reform. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, definitely Allah is forgiving and merciful. Why is your society so strict? Why is your religiosity so so inflexible, so unaccepting of a person who is looking to reform. وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ أَزْوَاجَهُم, and those who accuse their own wives of fornication. لَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُمْ شُهَدَاءُ إِلَّا أَنفُسُهُم, and they don't have any witnesses except themselves. فَشَهَادَةُ أَحَدِهِمْ أَرْبَعُ شَهَادَةً بِاللَّهِ, then the testimony of one of them is equal to 4 testimonies swearing by Allah, إِنَّهُ لَمِنَ الصَّادِقِينَ, that he is certainly truthful. وَالْخَامِسَةُ أَنَّ لَعْنَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ, and yet a 5th invoking the curse of Allah upon him, إِن كَانَ مِنَ الْكَاذِبِينَ, if he is in fact lying. وَيَدْرَأُ عَنْهَا الْعَذَابِ, and the punishment can be averted from her. أن تشهد 4 شهادات بالله, if she also swears 4 times by Allah, إنه لمن الكاذبين, that he is definitely lying. والخامسة أن غضب الله عليها, and yet a 5th, that the wrath of Allah be upon her, in kana min as-sadiqin, if he is really telling the truth. وَلَوْلَا فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ وَرَحْمَتُهُ, and had it not been for the grace of Allah and His mercy over you, وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ تَوَّابٌ حَكِيمٌ, and definitely Allah is accepting of repentance and wise, that it's left blank. You can't even imagine if Allah did not give you these ways out as to what the consequences would be. And we can imagine because we're kind of facing them, even if we're blind to them. But more particularly in the case of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as we will see, and Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, as the second ruku focuses on. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ جَاءُوا بِالْإِفْكِ عُصْبَةٌ مِّنْكُمْ, those who came up with the lie are a group from among you. لَا تَحْسَبُوهُ شَرًّا لَكُمْ, don't think that this is altogether evil for you. بَلْ هُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ, rather this is good for you. لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مِّنْهُمْ مَا اكْتَسَبَ مِنَ الْإِثْمِ, for every single one of them from among them is a punishment equivalent to his share in the sin. وَالَّذِي تَوَلَّى كِبْرَهُ, and the one who took the burden, the greatest burden of the sin upon himself, لَهُ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ, he will receive a tremendous punishment. So long story short, the Messenger ﷺ used to take one of his azwaj with him on expeditions, on battles, etc. And on one particular occasion when he's coming back, and Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha is accompanying him, she leaves the caravan in order to relieve herself. And when she comes back, she realizes that one of her necklaces is missing, so she goes back looking for it, and in searching for it, she spends the amount of time that it takes for the caravan to leave, for the Muslims to go back. Those carrying her carriage, since she is so light in terms of her weight, they don't notice that she's not actually in there. And so they put her carriage on the camel and it leaves, and when she comes back, she's gone. And so she does what the right thing for her to do in that situation is she stays there. That someone or the other will follow this trail, that if she goes in the desert, then she can go practically anywhere. And that's suicidal. And so she stays there, and in the course of events, she falls asleep. As she falls asleep, her face covering gets removed. As for the azwaj of the Messenger ﷺ, the face covering had been obligated in Surah Ahzab, which we will read later, but it has come revealed before this. And so one of the Sahaba, who is ensuring that no one is left behind, Safwan radiallahu ta'ala anhu, sees her, recognizes her from before, and so ensures that he accompanies her, escorts her to safety. And again, the chivalry or the gentlemanliness that was necessitated by the situation, that this was the right thing to do. That in your self-righteousness, no, astaghfirullah, you go on your own, I'm going on, what are you doing? That don't work either. But when they are seen coming together, then Abdullah bin Ubay, the leader of the Munafiqeen, already looking for opportunities to hurt Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, looks to cash in on this particular opportunity and starts spreading rumors. And the rumors become incredibly strong throughout the society, to the point that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is very negatively affected. That Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha does not even get a word of affirmation or negation from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam when she asks him. And she is in the utmost pain, the grief that she has to go through. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clarifies her position within the Qur'an itself, and there's a lot of good people who get involved in this incredible evil. And so this cleansing of the society through this entire process, that's what is seen as good. That now you know where you stand, how vulnerable you are to these demonic rumors that go around. So لَوْلَا جَاءُوا عَلَيْهِ بِأَرْبَعَةِ شُهَدَاء. Why did they not produce 4 witnesses? Surah Nisa has already been revealed, and the requirement of witnesses is already put out. فَإِذْ لَمْ يَأْتُوا بِالشُّهَدَاء. As they did not produce witnesses, فَأُولَٰئِكَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ هُمُ الْكَاذِبُونَ. So it is them, they are liars in the sight of Allah. وَلَوْلَا فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ وَرَحْمَتُهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. And had you not been covered by the grace of Allah and His mercy in this life and the hereafter, لَمَسَّكُمْ فِي مَا أَفَضْتُمْ فِيهِ عَذَابٌ عَظِيمٌ. An awesome punishment would have afflicted you on account of your involvement in the scandal. إِذْ تَلَقَّوْنَهُ بِأَلْسِنَتِكُمْ. When you were exchanging it among yourselves through your tongues, وَتَقُولُونَ بِأَفْوَاهِكُمْ مَا لَيْسَ لَكُمْ بِهِ عِلْمٌ. And you were spreading out of your mouths what you had no knowledge about. وَتَحْسَبُونَهُ هَيِّنًا. And you thought this was insignificant. وَهُوَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ عَظِيمٌ. While this is in the sight of Allah huge. وَلَوْلَا إِذْ سَمِعْتُمُوهُ قُلْتُمْ مَا يَكُونُ لَنَا أَن نَتَكَلَّمَ بِهَذَا. And why did you not say, when you heard this, that it is not suitable for us to talk about this matter? Subhanak, exalted are you, Ya Allah. That when you hear rumors and you make definitive judgments about people on the basis of those rumors, or you're involved in spreading those rumors, or you jump to conclusions on the basis of certain assumptions, or you have half of an evidence and you draw the rest of the conclusion on your own whims and assumptions, you're playing God. You're taking upon yourself a right that only Allah has, because you're claiming a detailed knowledge that only Allah has. And so when you hear such a thing, say that I can't comment on this, can't make any judgment or statement on this. Why? Subhanak, Allah is the one who is exalted to that position. Because if I do engage, then I'm pulling Allah down or putting myself in His place. هذا بهتان عظيم. This is an awful slander. يعظكم الله أن تعودوا لمثله أبدا. Allah admonishes you lest you repeat a mistake like this ever again. إن كنتم مؤمنين, if you really are believers. ويبين الله لكم الآيات. And Allah explains His signs to you. والله عليم حكيم. And Allah is knowing and wise. إن الذين يحبون أن تشيع الفاحشة. And those who love the propagation of immorality, في الذين آمنوا, among the believers, لهم عذاب أليم في الدنيا والآخرة. There is a painful punishment for them in the life as well as in the hereafter. والله يعلم وأنتم لا تعلمون. Allah knows and you do not know. وَلَوْلَا فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ وَرَحْمَتُهُ. And had it not been for the grace of Allah and His mercy, blank. Unimaginable what would have been the consequences. وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ رَؤُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. And indeed Allah is kind and merciful. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. You who have believed, don't follow in the footsteps of shaitan. وَمَنْ يَتَّبِعْ خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. Whoever follows the footsteps of shaitan, فَإِنَّهُ يَأْمُرُ بِالْفَحْشَاءِ وَالْمُنْكَرِ. Then he definitely promotes immorality and sins. Very quickly, what have we learnt about shaitan throughout this reading or this translation experience with the Qur'an? Shaitan, what does he take? He takes an instinct and he makes it, he cuts it off from its proper place. He makes it overwhelm. He exaggerates it. Its restrictions and boundaries from something good and beautiful to something ugly or horrendous, precisely because it broke its boundaries. It transgressed its boundaries and became overwhelmingly absolutized, became the most important thing for you. So what was recognized as being incredibly important, incredibly spiritual even, to the point that we saw in the ayat of fasting, the ayat of Allah's qurb are followed by the mention of the qurb of husband and wife. That's how sanctified of a position this relationship has. But then he takes that and makes that into a fahsha, into an immodesty, immorality, into something horrendous by breaking it off from its proper place. And that's the defining feature of shaitan, the one who separates something from its proper place, and it makes it look ugly and makes it cross its boundaries, and then eventually causes a break in relationships as well. And that how this is you're living in a society like this, you're living even within marriage, you're insecure. Even within marriage, there's insecurities. There is fear of betrayal. There is fear of being cheated upon, simply because the society has gone so far down fahsha, and fahsha has become the norm that even proper relationships, there's difficulty in trusting anyone, even the one closest to you, that you've shared everything physically, psychologically, spiritually with so much intimacy. There is a difficulty of trusting in that domain. And so had it not been for the fadl of Allah, مَا زَكَى مِنْكُم مِّنْ أَحَدٍ أَبَدًا, not even one of you would have ever been pure. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يُزَكِّي مَن يَشَاءُ, but Allah purifies whoever He wills. وَاللَّهُ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ, and Allah is hearing and knowing. وَلَا يَأْتَلِ أُولُو الْفَضْلِ مِنْكُمْ وَالسَّعَةِ أَن يُؤْتُوا, and let not the people of virtue among you and wealth swear against spending. Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu used to regularly give in charity to one of his not very well off relatives, underprivileged relatives. But after that person was involved in this slander, Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu swore in anger that I am not going to give him any charities after that. Allah says no. Each thing deserves its own proper place with respect to punishment. Don't let one particular action, the action is bad. The action is what has to be precluded. It has to be guarded against, nipped in the bud from the society, not the people doing it. And the people, even when they are punished just for that, precisely to purify them. And so then after that, no one has the right to judge them. And no one has the right to look down upon them. That just for that punishment, for that sin, or for that social evil, that particular social punishment, that's it. Everywhere else, they're as equal as everyone else. Because if you're not doing that, then that's pathological religiosity that's not allowing you to do that. And it is precisely that pathological religiosity that Islam and Qur'an came to replace. And if you let that prevail, then what are you doing? Ulil qurba wal masakin wal muhajirina fi sabilillah, their close relatives and the helpless ones and those who left even their homes pursuing the cause of Allah. Wal ya'fu wal yasfahu. So they should let it go and overlook, forgive. Ala tuhibbuna an yaghfir Allahu lakum. Would you not love that Allah forgives you? Wallahu ghafurur rahim, and Allah is forgiving and merciful. Again, one of the many instances in the Qur'an indicating the encouragement of embodying within ourselves the attributes of Allah. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ الْمُحْصَنَاتِ الْغَافِلَاتِ الْمُؤْمِنَاتِ, and those who accuse chaste, innocent, believing women, لُعِنُوا فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ, they will be cursed in this life and the hereafter. وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ عَظِيمٌ, and for them is an awesome punishment. يَوْمَ تَشْهَدُ عَلَيْهِمُ الْأَلْسِنَتُهُمْ وَأَيْدِهِمْ وَأَرْجُلُهُم, the day that their tongues, their hands, their feet will witness against them بِمَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ, for all of what they had been doing. يَوْمَئِذٍ يُوَفِّيهِمُ اللَّهُ دِينَهُمُ الْحَقَّ, on the day Allah will pay them their recompensation. وَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّ اللَّهَ هُوَ الْحَقُّ الْمُبِينُ, and they will know that Allah is for sure the manifest truth, that it is negating the truthfulness of Allah, or al-haq, or how much of an al-haq Allah is when you engage in these activities. Can you take your cricket outside, boys? Cricketers. Thank you. Al-khabithatu lil-khabithina wal-khabithuna lil-khabithat. Unchaste women are for unchaste. Now there's two readings of this. The popular reading says unchaste women for unchaste men, and unchaste men for unchaste women, and good men for good women, and good women for good men. That's the more popular of the translations that we're accustomed to. But there is another one that says that this is not talking about men and women per se. This is talking about slanderous talk, as the khubuth is the slanderous talk. And the slanderous talk, or the khubth of that kind of talk, behooves or suits khabith people. Khabith people engage in khabith talk, men and women. So that's one reading of this. But if it is the former, i.e. it is men and women, then what we spoke about before. It is a recommendation, it is not a judgment. That if you find out that a woman is engaged in these kinds of activities, then you automatically judge her husbands or any husbands that she's ever had. Oh, they must have been that. No. This is not giving you any knowledge of the unseen. We know from the Qur'an examples of prophets whose wives have been not very good. And we know from the Qur'an examples of Fir'aun, whose wife was exceptional, the best ever. So you don't make these judgments across the board. الخبيثات للخبيثين والخبيثون للخبيثات والطيبات للطيبين والطيبون للطيبات أولئك مبرؤون بما يقولون. They're going to be declared innocent of what people say. لهم مغفرة ورزق كريم. For them is forgiveness and an honorable provision. يا أيها الذين آمنوا, you who have believed, لا تدخلوا بيوتا غير بيوتكم. So there's the punishment that's given, but it's not left at that. There's a holistic guarding against this particular evil in the society that is advised, that don't even embark on the pathway that leads to it, or possibilities within the environment that may lead to it. So you who have believed, don't enter the houses other than your own حتى تستأنسوا وتسلموا على أهلها, till you take permission and offer your salam to the residents. ذلكم خير لكم لعلكم تذكرون. That's the best for you, perhaps you will be reminded. فإن لم تجدوا فيها أحدا فلا تدخلوها. If you do not find anyone therein, then don't enter حتى يؤذن لكم, until you are granted permission. وإن قيل لكم ارجعوا فارجعوا. But if you're asked to go away, go away. هو أزكى لكم. That is purer for you. والله بما تعملون عليم. And Allah knows whatever you do. ليس عليكم جناح أن تدخلوا بيوتا غير مسكونة. There is no blame on you if you enter uninhabited houses فيها متاع لكم, which serves some use for you, i.e. these are commercial places. والله يعلم ما تبدون وما تكتمون. Allah knows whatever you reveal and whatever you conceal. قل للذين يغضوا من أبصارهم. And tell the believing men to lower their gaze, وَيَحْفَظُوا فُرُوجَهُم, and be watchful over their privates, lest they get exposed. ذَلِكَ أَزْكَى لَهُم, that is purer for them. Goggling at people, staring people down for like what has become a very prevalent activity, that is utterly despised and prohibited. إِنَّ اللَّهَ خَبِيرٌ بِمَا يَصْنَعُونَ. Allah is definitely aware of all that they do. وَقُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنَاتِ يَغْضُضْنَ مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِنَّ, and tell the believing women to lower their gaze, وَيَحْفَظْنَ فُرُوجَهُنَّ, and guard their privates, وَلَا يُبْدِينَ زِينَتَهُنَّ إِلَّا مَا ظَهَرَ مِنْهَا, and let them not display their adornments except what is necessarily apparent of it. وَلْيَضْرِبْنَ بِخُمُرِهِنَّ عَلَى جُيُوبِهِنَّ, and draw their head covers over their chest. وَلَا يُبْدِينَ زِينَتَهُنَّ, and let not them expose their beauty, إِلَّا لِبُعُولَتِهِنَّ, except to their husbands, أَوْ آبَائِهِنَّ أَوْ آبَاءِ بُعُولَتِهِنَّ أَوْ أَبْنَائِهِنَّ أَوْ أَبْنَاءِ بُعُولَتِهِنَّ أَوْ إِخْوَانِهِنَّ أَوْ بَنِي إِخْوَانِهِنَّ, to their fathers, father-in-law, sons, stepsons, their brothers, or brothers' sons, أَوْ بَنِي أَخَوَاتِهِنَّ, or sisters' sons, أَوْ نِسَائِهِنَّ, or their own women, أو ما ملكت أيمانهن, or their slaves, أو التابعين غير أولي الإربة من الرجال, or the male attendants free of sexual pursuit, أو الطفل الذين لم يظهروا على عورات النساء, or children, young boys who are not aware of the private aspects of women. وَلَا يَضْرِبْنَ بِأَرْجُلِهِنَّ لِيُعْلَمَ مَا يُخْفِينَ مِنْ زِينَتِهِنَّ, nor to let them strike their feet to draw attention to what they conceal of their adornment. وَتُوبُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا أَيُّهَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ, so turn in repentance to Allah, all together, believers, لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ, so that you may succeed. وَأَنْكِحُوا الْأَيَامَ مِنْكُمْ, and let the unmarried of your society get married. وَالصَّالِحِينَ, and the righteous ones, مِنْ عِبَادِكُمْ وَإِمَائِكُمْ, of your males and female slaves, إِن يَكُونُوا فُقَرَاء, if they have no resources, يُغْنِهِمُ اللَّهُ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ, Allah will provide them resources from His grace. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ, and Allah is all-embracing, knowing. وَلْيَسْتَعْفِفِ الَّذِينَ لَا يَجِدُونَ نِكَاحًا, and those who do not have means to marry must keep themselves chaste. حَتَّى يُغْنِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ, until Allah makes you rich out of His grace. وَالَّذِينَ يَبْتَغُونَ الْكِتَابَ مِمَّا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ, and as for those slaves who wish to buy out their freedom, فَكَاتِبُوهُمْ إِنْ عَلِمْتُمْ فِيهِمْ خَيْرًا, execute the deed of freedom for them if you find them deserving. وَآتُوهُمْ مِنْ مَالِ اللَّهِ الَّذِي آتَاكُمْ, and give them some of the wealth which Allah has given you. وَلَا تُكْرِهُ فَتَيَاتِكُمْ عَلَى الْبِغَاءِ إِنْ أَرَدْنَا تَحَصُّنًا, and don't force your slave girls into prostitution if they wish to preserve their chastity. لِتَبْتَغُوا وَرَضَ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا, just to gain worldly benefits. وَمَنْ يُكْرِهُنَّ, and whoever forces them, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ مِنْ بَعْدِ إِكْرَاهِهِنَّ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, then definitely Allah will, after their compulsion, be forgiving and merciful, that they've been forced into doing what they did not want to do. وَلَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكُمْ آيَاتٍ مُبَيِّنَاتٍ, and Allah, and definitely we have sent down to you your clear ayat, وَمَثَلًا مِنَ الَّذِينَ خَلَوْا مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ, and examples of those who passed away before you, وَمَوْعِظَةً لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, and a sermon, a heart-softening speech for the people of taqwa. وَآخِرُ دَعْوَانَا أَنِ الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. يا أيها الرسل كلوا من الطيبات واعملوا صالحا إني بما تعملون عليم. وإن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة وأنا ربكم فاتقون. فتقطعوا أمرهم بينهم زبرا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون. فذرهم في غمرتهم حتى حين. أيحسبون أن ما نمدهم به من مال وبنين نسارع لهم في الخيرات بل لا يشعرون. إن الذين هم من خشية ربهم مشفقون والذين هم بآيات ربهم يؤمنون والذين هم بربهم لا يشركون. والذين يؤتون ما آتوا وقلوبهم وجلة إلى ربهم والذين يؤتون ما آتوا وقلوبهم وجلة أنهم إلى ربهم راجعون. أولئك يسارعون في الخيرات وهم لها سابقون. ولا نكلف نفسا إلا وسعها ولدينا كتاب ينطق بالحق وهم لا يظلمون. بل قلوبهم في غمرة من هذا ولهم أعمال من دون ذلك هم لها عاملون. حتى إذا أخذنا مترفيهم بالعذاب إذا هم يجارون. لا تجاروا اليوم إنكم منا لا تنصرون. قد كانت آياتي تتلى عليكم فكنتم على أعقابكم تنكصون مستكبرين به سامرا تهجرون. أفلم يدبروا القول أم جاءهم ما لم يأت آباءهم الأولين أم لم يعرفوا رسولهم فهم له منكرون. أم يقولون به جنة بل جاءهم بالحق وأكثرهم للحق كارهون. ولو اتبع الحق أهواءهم لفسدت السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن بل أتيناهم بذكرهم فهم عن ذكرهم معرضون. أم تسألهم خرجا فخراج ربك خير وهو خير الرازقين. وإنك لتدعوهم إلى صراط مستقيم. وإن الذين لا يؤمنون بالآخرة عن الصراط لناكبون. ولو رحمناهم وكشفنا ما بهم من ضر للجوا في طغيانهم يعمهون. ولقد أخذناهم بالعذاب فما استكانوا لربهم وما يتضرعون حتى إذا فتحنا عليهم بابا ذا عذاب شديد إذا هم فيه مبلسون وهو الذي أنشأ لكم السمع والأبصار والأفئدة قليلا ما تشكرون وهو الذي ذرأكم في الأرض وإليه تحشرون وهو الذي يحيي ويميت وله اختلاف الليل والنهار أفلا تعقلون بل قالوا مثل ما قال الأولون قالوا أئذا متنا وكنا ترابا وعظاما أئنا لمبعوثون لقد وعدنا نحن وآباؤنا هذا من قبل إن هذا إلا أساطير الأولين قل لمن الأرض ومن فيها إن كنتم تعلمون سيقولون لله قل أفلا تذكرون قل من رب السماوات السبع ورب العرش العظيم سيقولون لله قل أفلا تتقون قل من بيده ملكوت كل شيء وهو يجير ولا يجار عليه إن كنتم لا تعلمون سيقولون لله قل فأنا تسحرون بل أتيناهم بالحق وإنهم لكاذبون ما اتخذ الله من ولد وما كان معه من إله إذا لذهب كل إله بما خلق ولعلى بعضهم على بعض سبحان الله عما يصفون عالم الغيب والشهادة فتعالى عما يشركون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. قل رب إما تريني ما يوعدون رب فلا تجعلني في القوم الظالمين وإنا على أن نريك ما نعدهم لقادرون ادفع بالتي هي أحسن السيئة نحن أعلم بما يصفون وقل رب أعوذ بك من همزات الشياطين وأعوذ بك رب أن يحضرون حتى حتى إذا جاء أحدهم الموت قال رب ارجعون لعلي أعمل صالحا فيما تركت كلا إنها كلمة هو قائلها ومن ورائهم برزخ إلى يوم يبعثون فإذا نفخ في الصور فلا أنساب بينهم يومئذ ولا يتساءلون فمن ثقلت موازينه فأولئك هم المفلحون ومن خفت موازينه فأولئك الذين خسروا أنفسهم في جهنم خالدون تلفح وجوههم النار وهم فيها كالحون ألم تكن آياتي تتلى عليكم فكنتم بها تكذبون قالوا ربنا غلبت علينا شقوتنا وكنا قوما ضالين ربنا أخرجنا منها فإن عدنا فإنا ظالمون قال اخسئوا فيها ولا تكلمون إنه كان فريق من عبادي يقولون ربنا آمنا فاغفر لنا وارحمنا وأنت خير الراحمين فاتخذتموهم سخريا حتى أنسوكم ذكري وكنتم منهم تضحكون إني جزيتهم اليوم بما صبروا أنهم هم الفائزون قال كم لبثتم في الأرض عدد سنين قالوا لبثنا يوما أو بعض يوم فاسأل العادين قال إن لبثتم إلا قليلا لو أنكم كنتم تعلمون أفحسبتم أنما خلقناكم عبثا وأنكم إلينا لا ترجعون فتعالى الله الملك الحق لا إله إلا هو رب العرش الكريم ومن يدع مع الله إلها آخر لا برهان له به فإنما حسابه عند ربه إنه لا يفلح الكافرون وقل رب اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سورة أنزلناها وفرضناها وأنزلنا فيها آيات بينات لعلكم تذكرون الزانية والزاني فاجلدوا كل واحد منهما 100 جلدة ولا تأخذكم بهما رأفة في دين الله إن كنتم تؤمنون بالله واليوم الآخر وليشهد عذابهما طائفة من المؤمنين الزاني لا ينكح إلا زانية أو مشركة والزانية لا ينكحها إلا زان أو مشرك وحرم ذلك على المؤمنين والذين يرمون المحصنات ثم لم يأتوا ب4 شهداء فاجلدوهم 80 جلدة ولا تقبلوا لهم شهادة أبدا وأولئك هم الفاسقون إلا الذين تابوا من بعد ذلك وأصلحوا فإن الله غفور رحيم والذين يرمون أزواجهم ولم يكن لهم شهداء إلا أنفسهم فشهادة أحدهم 4 شهادات بالله إنه لمن الصادقين والخامسة أن لعنة الله عليه إن كان من الكاذبين. ويدرأ عنها العذاب أن تشهد 4 شهادات بالله إنه لمن الكاذبين. والخامسة أن غضب الله عليها إن كان من الصادقين. ولولا فضل الله عليكم ورحمته وأن الله تواب حكيم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. إن الذين جاءوا بالإفك عصبة منكم لا تحسبوه شرا لكم بل هو خير لكم لكل امرئ منهم ما اكتسب من الإثم والذي تولى كبره منهم له عذاب عظيم. لولا إذ سمعتموه ظن المؤمنون والمؤمنات بأنفسهم خيرا وقالوا هذا إفك مبين. لولا جاءوا عليه ب4 شهداء فإذ لم يأتوا بالشهداء فأولئك عند الله هم الكاذبون. ولولا فضل الله عليكم ورحمته في الدنيا والآخرة لمسكم فيما أفضتم فيه عذاب عظيم إذ تلقونه بألسنتكم وتقولون بأفواهكم ما ليس لكم به علم وتحسبونه هينا وهو عند الله عظيم. ولولا إذ سمعتموه قلتم ما يكون لنا أن نتكلم بهذا سبحانك هذا بهتان عظيم. يعظكم الله أن تعودوا لمثله أبدا إن كنتم مؤمنين ويبين الله لكم الآيات والله عليم حكيم. إن الذين يحبون أن تشيع الفاحشة في الذين آمنوا لهم عذاب أليم في الدنيا والآخرة والله يعلم وأنتم لا تعلمون. ولولا فضل الله عليكم ورحمته وأن الله رؤوف رحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان ومن يتبع خطوات الشيطان فإنه يأمر بالفحشاء والمنكر ولولا فضل الله عليكم ورحمته ما زكى منكم من أحد أبدا ولكن الله يزكي من يشاء والله سميع عليم. ولا يأتل أولو الفضل منكم والسعة أن يؤتوا أولي القربى والمساكين والمهاجرين في سبيل الله وليعفوا وليصفحوا ألا تحبون أن يغفر الله لكم والله غفور رحيم. إن الذين يرمون المحصنات الغافلات المؤمنات لعنوا في الدنيا والآخرة ولهم عذاب عظيم. يوم تشهد عليهم ألسنتهم وأيديهم وأرجلهم بما كانوا يعملون. يومئذ يوفيهم الله دينهم الحق ويعلمون أن الله هو الحق المبين. الخبيثات للخبيثين والخبيثون للخبيثات والطيبات للطيبين والطيبون للطيبات أولئك مبرؤون مما يقولون لهم مغفرة ورزق كريم. الله سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تدخلوا بيوتا غير بيوتكم حتى تستأنسوا وتسلموا على أهلها ذلكم خير لكم لعلكم تذكرون. فإن لم تجدوا فيها أحدا فلا تدخلوها حتى يؤذن لكم وإن قيل لكم ارجعوا فارجعوا هو أزكى لكم والله بما تعملون عليم. ليس عليكم جناح أن تدخلوا بيوتا غير مسكونة فيها متاع لكم والله يعلم ما تبدون وما تكتمون. قل للمؤمنين يغضوا من أبصارهم ويحفظوا فروجهم ذلك أزكى لهم إن إن الله خبير بما يصنعون. وقل للمؤمنات يغضضن من أبصارهن ويحفظن فروجهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا ما ظهر منها وليضربن بخمرهن على جيوبهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا لبعولتهن أو آبائهن أو آباء بعولتهن أو أبنائهن أو أبناء بعولتهن أو إخوانهن أو بني إخوانهن أو بني أخواتهن أو نسائهن أو ما ملكت أيمانهن أو التابعين غير أولي الإربة من الرجال أو الطفل الذين لم يظهروا على عورات النساء ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا ما ملكت أيمانهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا ما ظهر منها ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا لبعولتهن أو آبائهن أو آباء بعولتهن أو أبنائهن أو أبناء بعولتهن أو إخوانهن أو بني إخوانهن أو بني أخواتهن أو نسائهن أو ما ملكت أيمانهن أو التابعين غير أولي الإربة من الرجال أو الطفل الذين لم يظهروا على عورات النساء وليضربن بخمرهن على جيوبهن ولا يبدين زينتهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن وليضربن بخمرهن على جيوبهن ولا يبدين زينتهن ولا يضربن بأرجلهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن وتوبوا إلى الله جميعا أيها المؤمنون لعلكم تفلحون. وليضربن بخمرهن على جيوبهن ولا يبدين زينتهن وليضربن بأرجلهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن وتوبوا إلى الله جميعا أيها المؤمنون لعلكم تفلحون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Right, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'een. We're continuing with the fifth ruku, ayah number 35 of Surah An-Nur. As we have seen so far that zina and everything that leads to zina and how, or the most things that lead to it have been pointed towards. So far we've discussed the punishment being the deterrent, then people spreading false rumors and scandals, and how that is a tremendous sin and how that needs to be prevented against as well, and there was a punishment for that dictated, and along with the punishments come the reminders of Allah. Beyond that, taking permission before entering places so as to not find yourself in a situation in which that possibility may arise of finding people who, residents or men find women or women find men in a state where they're not properly covered. And then beyond that, a general advice of lowering the gaze, and with particular reference to the staring that is done for a sexual purpose. And beyond that, dressing modestly. We'll go into a little bit of a detail of this when we get to Surah Ahzab, but for now everyone knows what dressing modestly means. And moving right along from there, one of the most beautiful ayat of the Qur'an, ayah number 35, the ayat An-Nur. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. Mathalu nurihi, the parable of his light, kamishkatin fiha misbah, is that of a niche which contains a lamp. So this is the parable of the light of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the heart of a believer, as to how belief or a human being has that potential gnosis of Allah, that spirituality, the pure spirituality within themselves, that every single human being carries it, and how that is represented within this particular ayah, like that of a niche which contains a lamp. Those of you who are aware of what a niche is, it is in the olden days in particular, houses would have shelves which do not protrude outwards, but they are like inwards. They are like a cavity in the wall, and a cavity in the wall with a base. So on that base is placed usually the lamp, and this has been used or interpreted as an analogy for the chest cavity, with the diaphragm forming the base and the heart sitting on the cavity like the niche. And al-misbahu fi zujaja, the lamp is kept in a crystal. So the crystal represents the heart, and the lamp is the light within. Az-zujajatu ka'annaha kawkabun durriyun, and the crystal is like a brightly shining star. So the particular people who have a clear, now the clarity of the glass is what everything is now dependent upon. That as clear as that glass is, the cleaner the glass is, the more the light will be able to shine forth. If the glass is spick and span, absolutely clean, then that heart is a shining star. Then that person is a shining star. Then that person is a shining star such that his light is, that Allah's light is apparent through that person, and that person is a guide to Allah. As to how we find the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam being referred to as a siraj munira, as a brightly lit lamp, like the sun is a brightly lit lamp. So that kind of an analogy used for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that as clear as that glass is, the clearer the more brightly shining that human being is, the more enamored with the attributes of Allah that person is, the closer that person draws you to Allah, the more he reminds you of Allah, the more he inspires you to be like him or her and be in the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what makes that glass dirty or covered up would lead for that light to be covered up as well. And so we see in Surah Mutaffifin a reference of كَلَّا بَلْ رَانَ عَلَى قُلُوبِهِمْ, that there is a rust that has gathered upon their hearts. And the more rust that gathers upon the heart, the less the light can shine forth, and the less of a brightly shining star the person is going to be. So that kasab, بِمَا كَانُوا يَكْسِبُونَ, because for the actions that they did. The more munkirats we are engaged in, the more evil we are engaged in, the more laghwiyats we are engaged in, the less the heart is going to be clean and the less the light is going to shine forth. And the more we're able to stay away from those activities that dirty the heart, that make it darkened or covered up, the more we will be able to benefit from the potential that is within us, from the purity that is within us. That this purity does not have to be borrowed from somewhere. It doesn't have to be implanted or transplanted from somewhere. It is within every single human being. And it is a matter of cleaning that up, cleaning that heart up, that personality up, so that it can shine forth, that it can shine through. And so we see a mention in Surah Qaf of a kind of person, إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَذِكْرَى لِمَنْ كَانَ لَهُ قَلْبٌ أَوْ أَلْقَى السَّمْعَ وَهُوَ شَهِيدٌ. That in this Qur'an is a reminder for the person who has a heart. What does it mean to have a heart? It means to have that clean, clear heart. That light is shining forth, that shining star kind of a person. For those people, they resonate with the Qur'an. The resonance of the Qur'an is like they can spend their entire day in the company of the Qur'an. They will see Qur'an in the world around them. That's the kind of person. Or if that's not the case, and usually that wouldn't be the case, then أَوْ أَلْقَى السَّمْعَ وَهُوَ شَهِيدٌ, then he lends an ear, pays close attention. It's a harder job to, consistently spend that time listening to the Qur'an. You'll fall asleep, you'll feel sleepy and fall asleep even. And you won't have that passion that would just keep you going. Fair enough, that's how it is. It requires that hard work to get through, and it is that hard work that will eventually lead to the cleaning of the heart to begin with. And so there will come a time that status may be achieved, that it is an immediate resonance, and one of the scholars said that there are certain people who recite the Qur'an as if they are reading it off of their own hearts. That so much is the resonance, so much is the way they relate with the Qur'an, is that their own light is in touch with it. It is, they recognize it. They recognize they're not reading off of the pages of the Mus'haf, but they're reading off of their heart. That's how much relationship there is. And so the effort that goes into cleaning that heart, purifying that heart, that the qalbun salim that Ibrahim alayhi salam brings before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that constant effort of digging deep into our motivations. Now this is not just talking about purifying your intentions. And purifying our intentions is not as easy as we may think it is, that, okay, I'm doing it for the sake of Allah. Good, let's go. No. We're not that simple. We wish we were that simple, but we're way too complicated for that. We have, as we've read repeatedly, shayateen constantly engaged in their demonic activities, looking to incite, incitements, looking to entice, looking to instigate, looking to create all kinds of states within us. And then there are our instincts that have to be disciplined, they have to be put in place. So it's an entire process that has to be engaged in, a balance that has to be struck. that would lead for this heart to purify itself. الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري, and the crystal is like a brightly shining star. يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة. This is the lamp which is lit or kindled with the oil of a blessed olive tree. So its source is pure. لا شرقية ولا غربية, neither from the east nor of the west. So there's no particular caste, color, or creed that it's restricted to or found in more prevalence. It's universal across the board. يَكَادُ زَيْتُهَا يُضِيءُ وَلَوْ لَمْ تَمْسَسْهُ نَارٌ. Its oil would almost glow itself up even though no fire comes in contact with it. i.e., even though environmental situations may not be all that conducive for its lighting up, but it is fully capable of lighting up by itself. i.e., a recognition of Allah is potentially possible without, or it is present within the human being and can be consciously realized without there being an environmental stimulus, without there being an external motivation, if you will, or an external source that leads to that inner recognition or realization. Nurun ala nur. But when that external source does come with respect to the ayat of Allah, then that's light upon light. Internal light meets external light, nurun ala nur. The ayat of Allah and then the nur within, the spirituality within, they resonate with each other. And that's the state that you would want to achieve. يَهْدِ اللَّهُ لِنُورِهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah guides to His light whoever He wills, or whoever wants to be guided. Again, the Arabic allows for both understandings, both interpretations, and they make sense that Allah allows those, or Allah wills for those who will for themselves, who really will for themselves and do what it takes for that. وَيَضْرِبُ اللَّهُ الْأَمْثَالَ لِلنَّاسِ. And Allah coins examples for the guidance of mankind. وَاللَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah knows everything. These examples become necessary for we are talking about abstract themes. We're talking about immaterial themes. But we, in our experience, our language and everything, it originates from material experiences, from what we see in the environment around us. And so to get us from there to understand abstract realities better, we are given examples from our own environment. فِي بُيُوتٍ أَذِنَ اللَّهُ أَن تُرْفَعَ. This light manifests itself where? In the houses which Allah has ordered to be raised. وَيُذْكَرَ فِيهَا اسْمُهُ. And that His name be remembered in them. يُسَبِّحُ لَهُ فِيهَا بِالْغُدُوِّ وَالْآصَالِ. And therein His tasbih is performed in the morning as well as in the evening. So houses of prayer, houses of worship, houses of remembrance of Allah, particularly masajid, but not restricted to the masajid of Allah, in which رِجَالٌ لَا تُلْهِيهِمْ تِجَارَةٌ وَلَا بَيْعٌ. Men that are neither distracted by commerce, i.e. business in general, nor by a particular transaction of sale, that their remembrance of Allah is not affected by their general occupations of life. General occupations of life, important that they do engage in them. So we find out from here that they are not monks who have cut themselves off from all general society and live in some desert or some forest in isolation. No, they have some commerce, some business, something that they're engaged in, but it does not distract them or take them away from the remembrance of Allah. And ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ وَإِقَامِ الصَّلَاةِ وَإِيتَاءِ الزَّكَاةِ. From remembering Allah, establishing prayer and the paying of zakat, that they are keeping that balance, that those priorities are in place. يَخَافُونَ يَوْمًا تَتَقَلَّبُ فِيهِ الْقُلُوبُ وَالْأَبْصَارُ. While doing all of this, these people have the fear of a day in their hearts. They fear a day in which hearts and the eyes will be overturned. So they're constantly remembering the hereafter as well. They're carrying that with them along with these actions. لِيَجْزِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ أَحْسَنَ مَا عَمِلُوا. Allah, so that Allah may reward them for the best of their deeds. Not the average of their deeds, not the sum total of their deeds, but it will be the best of their deeds that count in their favor. وَيَزِيدَهُم مِّن فَضْلِهِ. And He may increase their rewards out of His grace. وَاللَّهُ يَرْزُقُ مَن يَشَاءُ بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. And Allah provides without measure to whoever He wants. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, as for those who disbelieve, أَعْمَالُهُمْ كَصَرَابٍ بِقِيعَةٍ, their deeds are like a mirage in a sandy desert. So there's other people who acted righteously as well. Apparently did a lot of good. يَحْسَبُهُ الظَّمْآنُ مَاءً, while the thirsty one thinks is water. So this person, with not having achieved that inner purification, that finding out actually what motivation is leading me to be religious or righteous, that process never done. But good deeds done, and with the conception that these good deeds are actually good, or are really good, and being very proud of those good deeds. So on the day of judgment, when they're really going to matter, hoping for those good deeds to manifest themselves and bail that person out, to be that water that is necessary for that parched or thirsty person. حَتَّى إِذَا جَاءَهُ لَمْ يَجِدْهُ شَيْئًا, but when he gets there, he finds nothing. وَوَجَدَ اللَّهَ عِنْدَهُ, and finds Allah there. فَوَفَّاهُ حِسَابًا, who will then pay him his full due. وَاللَّهُ سَرِيعُ الْحِسَابِ, and Allah is swift in settling the account. أَوْ كَظُلُمَاتٍ فِي بَحْرِ اللُّجِّيجِ, or like depths of darkness in an unfathomable sea. So at least the second category of person, there was some good that you saw, but it was a good based on self-deception, that he was hoping would bail him out, but ended up not being really worth anything. But then there's this third category of person, steeped in darknesses upon darkness. يَغْشَاهُ مَوْجٌ مِّن فَوْقِهِ مَوْجٌ, covered by wave upon wave. مِّن فَوْقِهِ سَحَاب, on top of that clouds. ظُلُمَاتٌ بَعْضُهَا فَوْقَ بَعْضٍ, layers of utter darkness one above another. إِذَا أَخْرَجَ يَدَهُ لَمْ يَكَدْ يَرَاهَا, so much so that he cannot even see his own hand if he stretches it out. Complete obliviousness to the self. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَجْعَلِ اللَّهُ لَهُ نُورًا فَمَا لَهُ مِن نُور. So if there is no light for someone whom Allah does not provide a light with, then there is no providing a light for that person. أَلَمْ تَرَ أَنَّ اللَّهَ يُسَبِّحُ لَهُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ, don't you see that Allah is the one who exalted above fault, whose tasbih is done by everyone in the heavens and the earth. That if you see with the light of this heart, then you will be able to see this tasbih being carried out for Allah. وَالطَّيْرُ الصَّافَّاتِ, even the birds extending their wings. كُلٌّ قَدْ عَلِمَ صَلَاتَهُ وَتَسْبِيحَهُ, each one knows its prayer and its tasbih. وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِمَا يَفْعَلُونَ, Allah knows whatever they do. They're doing their own particular tasbih. In doing whatever they're doing the tasbih and salah towards Allah. وَلِلَّهِ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ, and to Allah alone belongs the sovereignty of the heavens and the earth. وَإِلَى اللَّهِ الْمَصِيرُ, and to Allah alone is the ultimate end. أَلَمْ تَرَ أَنَّ اللَّهَ يُزْجِي سَحَابًا, don't you see that Allah is the one who moves the clouds. ثُمَّ يُؤَلِّفُ بَيْنَهُ, then He brings them together, heaps them up. ثُمَّ يَجْعَلُهُ رُكَامًا, piles them up in masses. فَتَرَى الْوَدْقَ يَخْرُجُ مِنْ خِلَالِهِ, then you see rain coming out from within them. وَيُنَزِّلُ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مِنْ جِبَالٍ فِيهَا مِنْ barad, He sends down from the sky mountain-like clouds filled with hail. فَيُصِيبُ بِهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ, and He strikes with it whomever He wants. وَيَصْرِفُهُ عَمَّنْ يَشَاءُ, and He averts it from whoever He wants. يَكَادُ سَنَا بَرْقِهِ يَذْهَبُ بِالْأَبْصَارِ, the light flashing almost takes away their eyesight. يُقَلِّبُ اللَّهُ اللَّيْلَ وَالنَّهَارِ, and Allah alternates the night and the day. So there's the kind of resonance, nurun ala nur, but then there's the kind of people that light is outside in front of them, but they don't have the capacity to withstand it. It almost takes away their sight, their ability to see is taken away. Such is the darkness upon the heart that the inner light does not come out. إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَعِبْرَةً لِأُولِي الْأَبْصَارِ, definitely in that is a lesson for the people of vision, for the people who can actually see. وَاللَّهُ خَلَقَ كُلَّ دَابَّةٍ مِّن مَّاءٍ, and Allah created every living being from water. فَمِنْهُم مَّن يَمْشِي عَلَى بَطْنِهِ, from them are those who walk on their bellies. وَمِنْهُم مَّن يَمْشِي عَلَى رِجْلَيْنِ, of them are those who walk upon two legs. وَمِنْهُم مَّن يَمْشِي عَلَى أَرْبَعٍ, and of them are those who walk on all fours. يَخْلُقُ اللَّهُ مَا يَشَاءُ, Allah creates whatever He wills. إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ, and most definitely Allah is capable of doing everything. لَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا آيَاتٍ مُبَيِّنَاتٍ, and we have sent down clear ayat. وَاللَّهُ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ, Allah guides to a straight path whomever He wills. وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ وَأَطَعْنَا, and there are from people who say we believe in Allah and the Messenger and we also obey. ثُمَّ يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُم مِّن بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ, then a group of them turns away even after making that commitment. وَمَا أُولَٰئِكَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ, they are not at all believers. And so there's a hadith of the Messenger ﷺ that says that there's 4 kinds of hearts. One kind of heart is like a lamp shining bright. There's another kind of heart that is covered up. And the light shining bright is the heart of a believer. The covered up heart is the heart of a disbeliever. And then there's an upside down heart. The heart that is that of a hypocrite, an established hypocrite. And then there is a fourth kind of heart. A fourth kind of heart that is covered in armor, says the hadith. And in that heart there is the plant of hypocrisy and the plant of iman. The plant of hypocrisy is fed by that which is dirty and evil. And the plant of iman is it is watered with that which is pure and good. And so the fate of the person is determined by which of the two plants ultimately becomes stronger. And that's what all these practices are for, so that the plant of iman becomes stronger and the plant of hypocrisy becomes weaker. That infaq fi sabilillah, salah, and all of these activities that are advised, that jihad that is to be done, so that the iman it weighs stronger. Now is a reference to this this category of people who are more prone towards hypocrisy. وَإِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُم. When they are called towards Allah and His Messenger, so that the Messenger can judge between them. إِذَا فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ مُعْرِضُونَ. A faction of them turns away. That whatever standards Allah and His Messenger have set, that those standards don't apply to them. They don't conform themselves to those standards. More literally with respect to the historical incidents that led to these ayat being revealed, that Allah and His Messenger, the Messenger judges in the cases that they're bringing. وَإِن يَكُنْ لَهُمُ الْحَقِّ. However, if the haqq is on their side, i.e. their justice would rule in their favor, يَأْتُوا إِلَيْهِ مُذْعِينٍ. They will come to Him willingly. They pick and choose. Whatever is in their favor, they would take it from Allah and His Messenger. But whatever is against them, or so they see it as such, they would stay away from Allah and His Messenger. أَفِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ أَمْ ارْتَابُوا. Is there a disease in their hearts, or are they in a persistent state of doubt? أَمْ يَخَافُونَ أَنْ يَخِيفَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِمْ وَرَسُولُهُ. Or do they fear that Allah will deny them justice, as would His Messenger? بَلْ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. But in fact, they are the unjust ones, if they feel that Allah and His Messenger's judgments are against their own whatever is good for them. إِنَّمَا كَانَ قَوْلَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And for sure it has always been the response of true believers, إِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُم. Whenever they are called towards Allah and His Messenger, that the Messenger decides among them, أَن يَقُولُوا سَمِعْنَا وَأَطَعْنَا. They say, we hear and we obey. This is what allows for that glass to become purer and purer. وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. And they are the successful ones. وَمَن يُطِعِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ. And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger, وَيَخْشَى اللَّهَ وَيَتَّقْهِ. And whoever has this awe of Allah and observes His taqwa, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَائِزُونَ. It is them, they are the ones who are going to be successful. وَأَقْسِمُوا بِاللَّهِ جَهْدَ أَيْمَانِهِمْ. And they swear their strongest oaths by Allah, لَإِنْ أَمَرْتَهُمْ. That if you commanded them, لَيَخْرُجُنَّ. They would definitely go forth in the way of Allah. قُلْ لَا تُقْسِمُوا. Tell them, don't swear. So what have we learned about hypocrites so far? They find judgment, or they find conforming to Allah and His Messenger's commandments very difficult. They would pick and choose between them. Number two, struggling is incredibly difficult. Getting out of their comfort zone, giving, sacrificing, that's something that they don't conform to, that they stay away from. And they would swear that if that situation does arise, they would do it. Tell them, no, don't swear. Ta'atum ma'rufa. Obedience, that's more reasonable. Do it. Actions are going to speak louder than words. Inna Allah khabirun bima ta'malun. Allah is aware of what you do. Qul ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul. Tell them, obey Allah and obey the Messenger. فَإِن تَوَلَّوْا. But if you turn away, فَإِنَّمَا عَلَيْهِ مَا حُمِّلْ. Then upon the Rasul, upon the Messenger ﷺ, is only his responsibility that he's been charged with. وَعَلَيْكُمْ مَا حُمِّلْتُمْ. And you will be held responsible for your obligations. وَإِن تُطِيعُوهُ تَهْتَدُوا. But if you obey him, you will be guided. وَمَا عَلَى الرَّسُولِ إِلَّا الْبَلَاغُ الْمُبِينُ. And upon the Messenger there is no obligation except to clarify or clearly communicate the message. وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنْكُمْ وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. And Allah has promised those of you who believed and performed righteous acts. What are those righteous acts? It's been left open. For different situations will demand different value judgments, different actions that you will have to do, that you will do. And so it's not restricted to a particular set of activities only. It is left general, that Iman would dictate what kind of activities would be necessary. At times it is learning, at times it is teaching, at times it is doing, at times it is giving, whatever, at times it is rituals, at times it is social interactions. All of them are included, and then within social interactions and social responsibilities, it will be different for different people. Differences across genders, differences across different occupations, with resources that they have at their disposal. So the diversity is maintained, honored with respect to the generic usage in the ayah. So if there is a group of people who are doing that persistently, لَيَسْتَخْلِفَنَّهُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ, Allah says that He will make them, definitely give them authority, vicegerency in earth, that they will become His representatives, that authority will be in their hand. كَمَا اسْتَخْلَفَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ, as He made those before them vicegerents, representatives, khulafa, وَلَا يُمَكِّنَنَّ لَهُمْ دِينَهُمُ الَّذِي ارْتَضَى لَهُمْ, and He will establish for them their religion which He has chosen for them, the deen that He has chosen for them. وَلَا يُبَدِّلَنَّهُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا, and He will replace their state of fear with a state of peace. يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا, and then they will worship me without associating anything with me. That when that state is there, when that establishment of that true religion, true deen is there, then there will be an absence of shirk. Then people will be able to purely dedicate themselves to Allah. وَمَنْ كَفَرَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ, and those who deny even after that, that even after that has, that situation, that environment has been created in which Iman without shirk is conducive, even then those who do dhulm, they are the defiantly disobedient people. Or this means that even after hearing this, you still don't do the Iman and Amal Salih that you're required to do. That's persisting in disobedience. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ, and establish prayer and pay zakah. وَأَطِيعُوا الرَّسُولَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُرْحَمُونَ, obey the messenger so that perhaps you may be treated mercifully. لَا تَحْسَبَنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مُعْجِزِينَ فِي الْأَرْضِ, never ever think that the disbelievers can defeat Allah upon earth. وَمَأْوَاهُمُ النَّارِ, and their refuge is the fire. وَلَبِئْسَ الْمَصِيرُ, and how wretched a destination. That ultimately their fate here and hereafter is determined. Hereafter, Allah will take care of it. Here, for the disbelievers to suffer, the believers have to up their game a little. They have to come out and take responsibility that they've been charged with, and so the adhab will be it will become established, or it will become justified against the disbelievers. In the absence of that, it's not happening. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لِيَسْتَأْذِنُكُمُ الَّذِينَ مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ وَالَّذِينَ لَمْ يَبْلُغُوا الْحُلُمَ مِنْكُمْ ثَلَاثَ مَرَّاتٍ. You who have believed, let your slaves and those of you who have not come to puberty ask permission at 3 particular times. من قبل صلاة الفجر وحين تضعون ثيابكم من الظهيرة ومن بعد صلاة العشاء, before Fajr prayer, when you slip out of your clothes at noon, and after Isha prayer. ثلاث عورات لكم, these are 3 times of your privacy. ليس عليكم ولا عليهم جناح بعدهن, at other times there is neither blame upon you nor on them if you allow them to enter into your private bedrooms without permission. طوافون عليكم بعضكم على بعض, you have to circulate among each other in order to do certain works, etc. كذلك يبين الله لكم الآيات, thus does Allah explain the ayat for you. والله عليم حكيم, and Allah is knowing and wise. وإذا بلغ الأطفال منكم الحلم, and when your children reach the age of puberty, فليستأذنوا كما استأذن الذين من قبلهم, then they too must take permission as was mentioned before for the rest of the people. كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته, thus does Allah make His ayat clear to you. والله عليم حكيم, and Allah is knowing and wise. والقواعد من النساء اللاتي لا يرجون نكاحا, as for the elderly women who have no interest in getting married, فليس عليهن جناح أن يضعن ثيابهن غير متبرجات بزينة, there is no blame upon them for setting aside their outer garments without displaying their adornments. وَأَن يَسْتَعْفِفْنَ خَيْرٌ لَهُنْ, but it is better for them to modestly refrain. وَاللَّهُ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ, Allah is hearing and knowing. لَيْسَ عَلَى الْأَعْمَى حَرَجٌ وَلَا عَلَى الْأَعْرَجِ حَرَجٌ وَلَا عَلَى الْمَرِيضِ حَرَجٌ, there is no constraint on the blind, nor upon the lame, any constraint, nor upon anyone who is ill any blame. وَلَا عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِكُمْ, neither upon yourselves. أَن تَأْكُلُوا مِنْ بُيُوتِكُمْ وَبُيُوتِ آبَائِكُمْ وَبُيُوتِ أُمَّهَاتِكُمْ وَبُيُوتِ إِخْوَانِكُمْ وَبُيُوتِ أَخَوَاتِكُمْ وَبُيُوتِ أَعْمَامِكُمْ أَوْ بُيُوتِ أَمَّاتِكُمْ أَوْ بُيُوتِ أَخْوَالِكُمْ أَوْ بُيُوتِ خَالَاتِكُمْ أَوْ مَا مَلَكْتُمْ مَفَاتِحَهُ أَوْ صَدِيقِكُمْ. That you eat in your homes, fathers' homes, mothers, brothers, sisters, paternal uncles, paternal aunts, your maternal uncles, maternal aunts, or the houses of which you hold the keys, or even the houses of your friends. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَأْكُلُوا جَمِيعًا أَوْ أَشْتَأْتَى. There will be no sin upon you whether you eat together or apart. فَإِذَا دَخَلْتُمْ بُيُوتًا فَسَلِّمُوا عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِكُمْ. And when you enter houses, then offer salam to one another, tahiyyatan min indillahi mubarakatan tayyibah, as a special greeting from Allah, blessed and pure. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمُ الْآيَاتِ. Thus does Allah clarify His ayat to you, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ, so that you understand, so that you think, use your intellect. إِنَّمَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. Definitely the believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger. وَإِذَا كَانُوا مَعَهُ عَلَىٰ أَمْرٍ جَامِعٍ. And whenever they are with the Messenger on a joint mission, something that they have to jointly do, لَمْ يَذْهَبُوا. They never leave حَتَّى يَسْتَأْذِنُوهُ, until they take His permission. So instructions for organized living, that whenever you're doing something collectively, that good that you choose to do for society, that you see is part of your responsibility that you owe, that you want to do for the good or betterment of humanity in line with the responsibilities that Allah has placed upon you, then there's stuff that you do by yourself, but then there's stuff that you do in an organized fashion, as a collective entity, people coming together to do it. And so necessarily when you do that, there will be some sort of hierarchy. There will be some sort of leadership. There will be those who are doing, and then there's those who are calling the shots. So as far as those who are calling the shots, they have to be respected in their position as leadership. And whenever they leave, لَمْ يَذْهَبُوا, they will not leave حَتَّى يَسْتَأْذِنُوهُ, until they take His permission. So here the Messenger ﷺ is being presented as not just a prophet, but as the leader of a particular task, in a particular organized task. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يَسْتَأْذِنُونَكَ. Those who ask you permission, أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. These are the ones who really believe in Allah and His Messenger. فَإِذَا اسْتَأْذَنُوكَ لِبَعْضِ شَأْنِهِمْ. So whenever they ask permission from you in order to attend to some of their private business, فَأَذَنْ لِمَنْ شِئْتَ مِنْهُمْ. You can give permission to whoever you want. وَاسْتَغْفِرْ لَهُمُ اللَّهِ. And implore Allah to forgive them. إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Most definitely Allah is forgiving and merciful. That they had to put something personal over whatever collective affairs they're engaged in. Ask Allah to forgive them for that, and understand that there's flexibility in this. But those who just disappear, that there's responsibilities that they're expected to fulfill, and without any information they're gone, then you know the burden that will place upon you. Then that already tells you that their sincerity, their dedication, they don't care what happens. They don't care what becomes of the task behind them. They volunteered for it, they came out for it, but now they're nowhere to be seen. As if they did you a favor by volunteering for it, and they can just volunteer out of it without letting you know. That's not acceptable. That's to be looked down upon. لا تجعلوا دعاء الرسول بينكم. Don't make calling the messenger among you كدعاء بعضكم بعضا, the way you call each other. So the respect of Rasulullah ﷺ has to be maintained. قد يعلم الله الذين يتسللون منكم لواذا. Allah already knows those of you who slip away, hiding themselves. فليحذر الذين يخالفون عن أمره. So let those beware who oppose His mission, oppose the amr of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what He's looking to do, and they're looking to sabotage it one way or the other in these subtle ways of joining in and opting out, and then making the affairs of the believers more difficult for them. And tusibahum fitna, lest fitna strike them, aw yusibahum adhabun alim, or they are struck by a painful punishment. Ala inna lillahi ma fi samawati wal ard. Unquestionably, all that is in the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah alone. Qad ya'lamu ma antum alayh. He already knows your state, what you're in of iman, the position that you come from. Don't try to teach Him. He knows what that is. You don't even know what that is. وَيَوْمَ يُرْجَعُونَ إِلَيْهِ. And the day they are returned to Him, فَيُنَبِّئُهُم بِمَا عَمِلُوا. He will inform them of what they have done. That you've done actions and you think they're good, but are they really and genuinely good? Allah will let you know. So until then, don't be so cocksure, so certain about your righteousness and your righteous actions as if you're all good. No, keep the effort up and keep looking to purify yourself. Wallahu bi kulli shay'in alim, and it is Allah alone who knows everything. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Tabaraka alladhi nazzala al-furqana ala abdihi. Blessed is the one who sent the criterion, the furqan, which differentiates good from bad, right from wrong, upon his abd, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the Furqan particularly referring to the Qur'an. لِيَكُونَ لِلْعَالَمِينَ نَذِيرًا, so that he may become a warner to all worlds. So a universal message for through a universal messenger. الَّذِي لَهُ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ, the one to whom belongs the sovereignty of the heavens and the earth. The universal Lord, the Lord of the universe. وَلَمْ يَتَّخِذْ وَلَدًا, and he has not taken a son. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ شَرِيكٌ فِي الْمُلْكِ, nor does he have a partner in sovereignty. وَخَلَقَ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ, and he created everything. فَقَدَّرَهُ تَقْدِيرًا, and he ordained for it a measure. He balanced everything out. وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِهِ آلِهَةً, and yet they have taken besides Allah other gods. لَا يَخْلُقُونَ شَيْئًا, who create nothing. وَهُمْ يُخْلَقُونَ, but they themselves are created. وَلَا يَمْلِكُونَ لِأَنفُسِهِمْ ضَرًّا وَلَا نَفْعًا, neither can they harm or benefit even themselves. وَلَا يَمْلِكُونَ مَوْتًا وَلَا حَيَاةً وَلَا نُشُورًا, and they have no control over death or life or resurrection. وَقَالَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, yet the disbelievers say, إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا إِفْكٌ, this is nothing but a lie, iftara, which he has invented. وَأَعَانَهُ عَلَيْهِ قَوْمٌ آخَرُونَ, and some other people have helped him produce this Qur'an. فَقَدْ جَاءُوا ظُلْمًا وَزُورًا, it is they who have put forth a dhulm and a lie. وَقَالُوا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, and they say these are just stories of ancient times. اكتتبها, which he got dictated to him. فَهِيَ تُمْلَى عَلَيْهِ بُكْرَةً وَأَصِيلًا, and they are dictated to him morning and evening. قُلْ أَنزَلَهُ الَّذِي يَعْلَمُ السِّرَّ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ, tell them it is the Qur'an that has been sent down by the one who knows the secrets of the heavens and the earth. إِنَّهُ كَانَ غَفُورًا رَحِيمًا, and he has always been forgiving and merciful, and that this Qur'an is representing these attributes of Allah. وَقَالُوا مَا لِهَذَا الرَّسُولِ, and they say, what kind of a messenger is this? يَأْكُلُ الطَّعَامِ وَيَمْشِي فِي الْأَسْوَاقِ, he eats food, walks in the markets. لَوْلَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْهِ مَلَكٌ, why is an angel not sent down to him that we can see? فَيَكُونَ مَعَهُ نَذِيرًا, so as to be a warner with him. أَوْ يُلْقَى إِلَيْهِ كَنْزٌ, or a treasure may be presented to him. أَوْ تَكُونَ لَهُ جَنَّةٌ يَأْكُلُ مِنْهَا, or if he had a garden to be able to eat from it. وَقَالَ الظَّالِمُونَ, and the unjust people will say, إِن تَتَّبِعُونَ إِلَّا رَجُلًا مَسْحُورًا, you follow nothing but a bewitched man. He is under the influence of some magic. انظُرْ كَيْفَ ضَرَبُوا لَكَ الْأَمْثَالَ, look at what sort of comparisons they draw for you, Ya Rasulullah. All these self-contradictory claims that they're making about Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. فَضَلُّوا, so they have gone far astray. فَلَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ سَبِيلًا, and they will never be able to find any way. تَبَارَكَ الَّذِي إِنْ شَاءَ جَعَلَ لَكَ خَيْرًا مِنْ ذَلِكَ, blessed is the one who, if he wanted, he can produce for you better than that. جَنَّاتٍ تَجْرِي مِنْ تَحْتِهَا الْأَنْهَارُ, gardens beneath which rivers flow. وَيَجْعَلْ لَكَ قُصُورًا, and make for you castles. بَلْ كَذَّبُوا بِالسَّاعَةِ, but in fact their problem is they deny the hour. That's the real reason behind their demands and excuses. They don't genuinely want to see miracles or ayat of Allah. وَأَعْتَدْنَا لِمَنْ كَذَّبَ بِالسَّاعَةِ سَعِيرًا, and we have prepared for the one who denies the hour, the day of judgment, a blazing flame. إِذَا رَأَتْهُمْ مِنْ مَكَانٍ بَعِيدٍ, and when the fire sees them from a distance, سَمِعُوا لَهَا تَغَيُّظًا وَزَفِيرًا, they will hear the fire raging and roaring like a monster looking to devour them. وَإِذَا أُلْقُوا مِنْهَا مَكَانًا ضَيِّقًا مُقَرَّنِينَ, and when they are flung into a narrow space of hell, bound in chains, دَعَوْا هُنَالِكَ ثُبُورًا, that's when they will pray for death. لَا تَدْعُوا الْيَوْمَ ثُبُورًا وَاحِدًا, and they will be told, don't just wish for one death today. وَادْعُوا ثُبُورًا كَثِيرًا, ask for many deaths. قُلْ أَذَلِكَ خَيْرٌ, ask them, is that better? أَمْ جَنَّةُ الْخُلْدِ الَّتِي وُعِدَ الْمُتَّقُونَ, or a garden which has been promised to the people of taqwa. كَانَتْ لَهُمْ جَزَاءً وَمَصِيرًا, it would be a reward for them and a final destination. لَهُمْ فِيهَا مَا يَشَاءُونَ, they will have in it whatever they wish for. خالدين, living therein forever. كان على ربك وعدا مسؤولا, it is a promise upon your Rabb worthy of being asked for. وَيَوْمَ يَحْشُرُهُمْ وَمَا يَعْبُدُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ, and the day that he will assemble them along with those who they worship besides Allah. فَيَقُولُ أَأَنْتُمْ أَضْلَلْتُمْ عِبَادِي هَؤُلَاءِ, then he will ask them, are you the ones who misled these slaves of mine, these ibad of mine? Am hum dallu sabil, or did they lose the way themselves? Qalu subhanaka ma kana yanbaghi lana. They will respond, exalted are you, it was not befitting for us an nattakhidha min dunika min awliya, that we take friends and protectors other than you. Walakin matta'tahum awa aba'ahum, but you provided them and their forefathers worldly comforts, hatta nasu dhik, to the point that they forgot the reminder. Wa kanu qawman bura, and they were a people worthless and lost. فَقَدْ كَذَّبُوكُمْ بِمَا تَقُولُونَ, thus they denied you when they said, فَمَا تَسْتَطِيعُونَ صَرْفًا وَلَا نَصْرًا, that you will neither be able to avert the punishment nor receive any help. When they were told this, they denied this. وَمَنْ يَظْلِمْ مِنْكُمْ, and whoever of you is unjust, نُذِقْهُ عَذَابًا كَبِيرًا, we will make him taste a tremendous punishment. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا قَبْلَكَ مِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ, and we never sent before you messengers, Ya Rasulullah, إِلَّا إِنَّهُمْ لَيَأْكُلُونَ الطَّعَامَ وَيَمْشُونَ فِي الْأَسْفَاقِ, but they really, all of them used to walk, eat food and walk in the markets. وَجَعَلْنَا بَعْضَكُمْ لِبَعْضٍ فِتْنَةً, and we made some of you a trial for others. أَتَصْبِرُونَ, will you prove steadfast? وَكَانَ رَبُّكَ بَصِيرًا, and your Rabb is always watching. وَآخِرُ دَعْوَانَا أَنِ الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. وقل للمؤمنات يغضضن من أبصارهن ويحفظن فروجهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا ما ظهر منها وليضربن بخمرهن على جيوبهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا لبعولتهن أو آباء بعولتهن أو أبنائهن أو أبناء بعولتهن أو إخوانهن أو بني إخوانهن أو بني أخواتهن أو نسائهن أو ما ملكت أيمانهن أو التابعين غير أولي الإربة من الرجال أو الطفل الذين لم يظهروا على عورات النساء ولا يضربن بأرجلهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن وتوبوا إلى الله جميعا أيها المؤمنون لعلكم تفلحون. وأنكحوا الأيام منكم والصالحين من عبادكم وإمائكم إن يكونوا فقراء يغنهم الله من فضله والله واسع عليم وليستعفف الذين لا يجدون نكاحا حتى يغنيهم الله من فضله والذين يبتغون الكتاب مما ملكت أيمانكم فكاتبوهم إن علمتم فيهم خيرا وآتوهم مما لله الذي آتاكم ولا تكرهوا فتياتكم على البغاء إن أردنا تحصنا لتبتغوا عرض الحياة الدنيا ومن يكرهن فإن الله من بعد إكراههن غفور رحيم ولقد أنزلنا إليكم آيات مبينات ومثلا من الذين خلوا من قبلكم وموعظة للمتقين الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب والذين كفروا أعمالهم كسراب بقيعة يحسبه الظمآن ماء حتى إذا جاءه لم يجده شيئا ووجد الله عنده فوفاه حسابه والله سريع الحساب أو كظلمات في بحر لجي يغشاه موج من فوقه سحاب ظلمات بعضها فوق بعض إذا أخرج يده لم يكد يراها ومن لم يجعل الله له نورا فما له من نور ألم تر أن الله يسبح له من في السماوات والأرض والطير صافات كل قد علم صلاته وتسبيحه والله عليم بما يفعلون ولله ملك السماوات والأرض وإلى الله المصير ألم تر أن الله يزجي سحابا ثم يؤلف بينه ثم يجعله ركاما فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله وينزل من السماء من جبال فيها من برد فيصيب به من يشاء ويصرفه عن من يشاء يكاد سنا برقه يذهب بالأبصار يقلب الله الليل والنهار إن في ذلك لعبرة لأولي الأبصار والله خلق كل دابة من ماء فمنهم من يمشي على بطنه ومنهم من يمشي على رجلين ومنهم من يمشي على 4 يخلق الله ما يشاء إن الله على كل شيء قدير لقد أنزلنا آيات مبينات والله يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم ويقولون آمنا بالله وبالرسول وأطعنا ثم يتولى فريق منهم من بعد ذلك وما أولئك بالمؤمنين وإذا دعوا إلى الله ورسوله ليحكم بينهم إذا فريق منهم معرضون وإن يكن لهم الحق يأتوا إليه مذعنين أفي قلوبهم مرض أم ارتابوا أم يخافون أن يحيف الله عليهم ورسوله بل أولئك هم الظالمون إنما كان قول المؤمنين إذا دعوا إلى الله ورسوله ليحكم بينهم أن يقولوا سمعنا وأطعنا وأولئك هم المفلحون ومن يطع الله ورسوله ويخشى الله ويتقه فأولئك هم الفائزون وأقسموا بالله جهد أيمانهم لئن أمرتهم ليخرجون قل لا تقسموا طاعة معروفة إن الله خبير بما تعملون قل أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول فإن تولوا فإنما عليه ما حمل وعليكم ما حملتم وإن تطيعوه تهتدوا وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات ليستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم وليمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى لهم وليبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا يعبدونني لا يشركون بي شيئا ومن كفر بعد ذلك فأولئك هم الفاسقون وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأطيعوا الرسول لعلكم ترحمون لا تحسبن الذين كفروا معجزين في الأرض ومأواهم النار ولبئس المصير الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين يا أيها الذين آمنوا ليستأذنكم الذين ملكت أيمانكم والذين لم يبلغوا الحلم منكم 3 مرات من قبل صلاة الفجر وحين تضعون ثيابكم من الظهيرة ومن بعد صلاة العشاء 3 عورات لكم ليس عليكم ولا عليهم جناح بعدهن طوافون عليكم بعضكم على بعض كذلك يبين الله لكم الآيات والله عليم حكيم وإذا بلغ الأطفال منكم الحلم فليستأذنوا كما استأذن الذين من قبلهم كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته والله عليم حكيم. والقواعد من النساء اللاتي لا يرجون نكاحا فليس عليهن جناح أن يضعن ثيابهن غير متبرجات بزينة وأن يستعففن خير لهن والله سميع عليم. ليس على الأعمى حرج ولا على الأعرج حرج ولا على المريض حرج ولا على أنفسكم أن تأكلوا من بيوتكم أو بيوت آبائكم أو بيوت أمهاتكم أو بيوت إخوانكم أو بيوت أخواتكم أو بيوت أعمامكم أو بيوت عماتكم أو بيوت أخوالكم أو بيوت خالاتكم أو ما ملكتم مفاتحه أو صديقكم. ليس عليكم جناح أن تأكلوا جميعا أو أشتاتا. فإذا دخلتم بيوتا فسلموا على أنفسكم تحية من عند الله مباركة طيبة كذلك يبين الله لكم الآيات لعلكم تعقلون. إنما المؤمنون الذين آمنوا بالله ورسوله وإذا كانوا معه على أمر جامع لم يذهبوا حتى يستأذنوه. إن الذين يستأذنونك أولئك الذين يؤمنون بالله ورسوله فإذا استأذنوك لبعض شأنهم فأذن لمن شئت منهم واستغفر لهم الله إن الله غفور رحيم. لا تجعلوا دعاء الرسول بينكم كدعاء بعضكم بعضا قد يعلم الله الذين يتسللون منكم لواذا فليحذر الذين يخالفون عن أمره أن تصيبهم فتنة أو يصيبهم عذاب أليم. ألا إن لله ما في السماوات والأرض قد يعلم ما أنتم عليه ويوم يرجعون إليه فينبئهم بما عملوا والله بكل شيء عليم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. صلاة الوتر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي نزل الفرقان على عبده ليكون للعالمين نذيرا الذي له ملك السماوات والأرض ولم يتخذ ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك وخلق كل شيء فقدره تقديرا واتخذوا من دونه آلهة لا يخلقون شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يملكون لأنفسهم ضرا ولا نفعا ولا يملكون موتا ولا حياة ولا نشورا وقال الذين كفروا إن هذا إلا إفك افتراه وأعانه عليه قوم آخرون فقد جاءوا ظلما وزورا وقالوا أساطير الأولين اكتتبها فهي تملى عليه بكرة وأصيلا قل أنزله الذي يعلم السر في السماوات والأرض إنه كان غفورا رحيما وقالوا ما لهذا الرسول يأكل الطعام ويمشي في الأسواق لولا أنزل إليه ملك فيكون معه نذيرا أو يلقى إليه كنز أو تكون له جنة يأكل منها وقال الظالمون إن تتبعون إلا رجلا مسحورا انظر كيف ضربوا لك الأمثال فضلوا فلا يستطيعون سبيلا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. تبارك الذي إن شاء جعل لك خيرا من ذلك جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار ويجعل لك قصورا بل كذبوا بالساعة وأعتدنا لمن كذب بالساعة سعيرا إذا رأتهم من مكان بعيد سمعوا لها تغيظا وزفيرا وإذا ألقوا منها مكانا ضيقا مقرنين دعوا هنالك ثبورا لا تدعوا اليوم ثبورا واحدا وادعوا ثبورا كثيرا قل أذلك خير أم جنة الخلد التي وعد المتقون كانت لهم جزاء ومصيرا لهم فيها ما يشاءون خالدين كان على ربك وعدا مسئولا ويوم يحشرهم وما يعبدون من دون الله فيقول أأنتم أضللتم عبادي هؤلاء أم هم ضلوا السبيل قالوا سبحانك ما كان ينبغي لنا أن نتخذ من دونك من أولياء ولكن متعتهم وآباءهم حتى نسوا الذكر وكانوا قوما بورا فقد كذبوكم بما تقولون فما تستطيعون صرفا ولا نصرا ومن يظلم منكم نذقه عذابا كبيرا وما أرسلنا قبلك من المرسلين إلا إنهم ليأكلون الطعام ويمشون في الأسواق وجعلنا بعضكم لبعض فتنة أتصبرون وكان ربك بصيرا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. اللهم إنا نسألك من الخير كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم ونعوذ بك من الشر كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم اللهم إنا نسألك من خير ما سألك عبدك ونبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم، ونعوذ بك من شر ما عاذ منه عبدك ونبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم إنا نسألك جنة الفردوس وما قرب إليها من قول أو عمل، ونعوذ بك من النار وما قرب إليها من قول أو عمل. اللهم إنا نسألك أن تجعل كل قضاء تقضيه لنا خيرا. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.